Come. Okay, now now we know we exist because we're being recorded. Yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to this day-long intensive or day-long retreat. However you would like to kind of think about this. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and we're going to be focusing on protector practice, both kind of broadly and then also with some specificity today. And just as kind of like a little bit of kind of housekeeping, the day is going to be split in half. At about 12:30, we'll break for an hour for lunch, or whatever you want to do at that time. And there will be time, throughout the day for questions and answers and stuff like that, and processing, whatever feels good. I think we have the chat enabled. So, you know, I actually kind of enjoy having organic questions being asked, and sometimes people in the group can actually answer each other's questions too. So that kind of dialogue, if that feels good for you, please feel free to engage it. Yeah, and but the one thing I wanted to start both of the daily sessions with is a little bit of sitting, um, and so we're going to do that in a little bit, and then there'll be a brief talk as well, just about protectors, and then we'll move into practice together, so that there's this kind of more focused and concerted experiential piece of this. And actually, the timing of this is good because one of my teachers called me this morning kind of early, and I had some time to be able to talk with them. And what was really interesting was, what was a relatively short conversation feeling very long in a good way, and very deep. And one of the topics that came up was, the Western propensity towards overanalysis versus feeling. And so I'm bringing this up at the beginning of this retreat to maybe see if we are the kind of person who leans into analysis, right? A more intellectual relationship to Dharma, to try and pause that for today and move into just feeling, like an emotive kind of relationship. And the teacher I was talking with, is Dr. Nita, was saying, this is the difference between what we might call, like a monastic way of practicing and a Mahasiddha way of practicing, right? And so the Mahasiddha way of practicing being, I've received these instructions, or I'm on this particular Dharma path, and the most important thing is to actually live it out, to experience it, right? To live this whole thing out to completion. And that's not always necessarily such an easy thing, because we feel we have emotions, we have emotional reactions to things, we have attachments, we have things to which we feel aversion, we have traumas, we have all of these things, right? And so it's not to negate any of that, but it's to be able to recognize that in a very engaged experiential practice, we need to be able to bring all of this. And as these things come up, then we also need to be able to address skillfully the best way to care for ourselves. And caring for ourselves also in this particular context means caring for our practice, right? So as opposed to just another notch on the belt, as it were, this collection of, I've got the recording now for this day-long intensive or retreat or whatever today is, on protectors, and check, now I can move on to the next thing, right? Or I've learned this thing, check, and now I can move on to the next thing in my acquisition of vast Dharma knowledge. Yeah, one really requires us to embody the teachings in our own way, right? In the way which is uniquely suited to our particular location in time and space, right? And while we all share some kind of relationship to time and space, we're also all kind of coming to this particular moment, whatever it is, in very different ways, right? And that's just to be expected when you have, a group of people practicing together. When we're very analytical, we put up walls a lot. We don't necessarily deeply engage and let the Dharma flow through us. There's a lot of room to disengage, to bypass, to hide, and to really exert control. And so throughout today, because I'm really kind of passionate about the practice of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, for today, what I'm going to be asking is that everyone here try to let go of needing to control things. Right? So try to let go of controlling what today is supposed to be for you. Try to let go of what arises. Right? Try to let go of ideas around what protector practice actually is. Right? Because most of what you've probably read is wrong anyway. and really the kind of real relationship to protector practice has to do a lot with our own ability to feel into our strengths and our own ability to recognize these places where we experience obstacles in our practice and just very gently leaning into those. And I'll get into all of the intensity of people using protective practice as a way of justifying their anger later, right? But this is a huge thing, right? I've met a lot of people who are very angry people, and they justify it by gravitating towards protectors, and that is it's kind of a pretty bad place to be stuck, right? To be stuck in one's own anger and in a particular kind of way, deifying it, right? Turning it into something that we worship rather than learn to be able to recognize the non-existence of, so not controlling. Let's try and not control anything, right? And let's not try and have anything happen, right? We're not, just let this thing happen, whatever today is, and it's going to be what it is. And if it disappoints, well, that's something to work with too. That's my legal disclaimer around providing shoddy product. Okay. So, like I mentioned, it's a real joy to be here with everybody. I know some people came late, and the protectors will punish you for that. Maybe I'm going to pepper today with some jokes like that. So if I do, that's just what I'm doing. But so I would like us to see if we could sit for a little bit. And before we do, though, allow yourself to get as comfortable as you can. And I'm just looking down at my timer. And what we're going to do is first start off with a little bit of reflection on the four thoughts that turn the mind to Dharma, and then the four immeasurables. And then the question is, I thought I'm coming here for protector things. Why are we doing this kind of stuff? And we're doing this kind of stuff because working with anger and volatility is challenging. And it's a real problem if we can't access love and compassion. And it's a real problem, can become a huge obstacle if we are unable to really truly ground, what we're doing and ground our practice, in what we might call a kind of effectively proper way. So, beginning with the first of the four immeasurable, the first of the four thoughts that turn the mind to Dharma, the preciousness of this human birth. So, what does this mean? This means the preciousness of your being. I'm going to take a look at some of the people who are here, some names, right? The preciousness of Andreas, of Jesse, of Sarah, of Elizabeth, Clarissa, Anita. The preciousness of Remy, and Rio, and Jasper, of Aaron, of Marianne, of Valerie, Jan, Christopher, right? So Travis. So this pain, no one can hide. So this means, right, every single thing that caused you to come into existence. Right? And so this means generations and generations of causes and conditions of people meeting, right, having kids, producing more humans, and moving through different cultures, moving through different kinds of experiences, easy and hard, exciting and intense, leading all the way to your birth. All of the causes and conditions that have caused you to connect to spirituality in general. Every single life experience, every single teacher you've met along the way, every single inspiring thing you've read, every kind of spiritual experience you may have had that has caused you to come back and come back and come back. Every experience of Dharma practice, high and low. Every mundane experience that causes us to want to come back to our practice. Every friend and every enemy. And then amidst this constant play of many, many different kinds of experiences, play of phenomenon, the fact that we have all gathered today in this way is especially unique. What is everyone else on the planet doing? Right? Just this group of however many people this is. And anybody connecting to this recording in the future, right? There are unique causes and conditions that have allowed this to happen. Taking time to really appreciate that, and then to really appreciate what it means for you to continue on the path. The preciousness of you being an agent of transformation that can arise as a Buddha. So when we begin to look at protector practices, we're looking at how to be able to help embolden and enable each one of us along that path. And then taking time to contemplate death and impermanence. Everyone here is impermanent. Everyone here at some point will die. Everyone you love is impermanent. Everyone you love at some point will die. Everyone you hate is impermanent. Everyone you hate at some point will die. This world system is impermanent. At some point, this world system will die. Every emotion that arises is impermanent. At some point it changes. Every reaction that arises in our mind stream is impermanent. Every reaction shifts. Nothing ever stays the same. You will never stay the same. Everything changes. Nothing is permanent. Everything that you've ever accumulated will at some point be dispersed. Every group of friends or every circle of support or every dynamic community that you're a part of at some point will fall apart, fall out of relationship. In the midst of all of this change, here we are on our Dharma path. Let's not waste these moments. Let's not kick the can down the line. Let's not say, oh, tomorrow, next week. Let's not assume that tomorrow comes. Tomorrow did not come for Albert's cat. Tomorrow did not come for a great many beings in this world system. Maybe even on our block or in our town. Think of all the beings that are passing through the Bardo state right now, right, between this existence and the next. Many of whom may have regretted not preparing. Let's not be like them. Let's practice the Dharma. And moving on to karma, cause and effect. Everything that we experience is produced by various causes. The seeds of the trajectory of the ripening of these causes were planted who knows when, right? Some maybe just 10 minutes ago when I pissed someone off here. Others yesterday, others last week, others last lifetime, others 1,000 lifetimes ago, others when we were some other life being in a world system we can't even conceive of, others when we arose as gods, others while we were hell beings, others while we were demigods and fighting over who's the best, others when we were animals and eating each other. So much of what we experience in this moment, in this life, is the ripening of karmic seeds that have been planted long ago. All of this we take to be real. Much of this we react to with the same kind of personalized energy that caused these seeds to ripen in the first place. From the perspective of practices like Mahamudra and Dzogchen, the ripening of these karmas is the perfect place to be. To practice with the beauty and the difficulty that unfolds right before us. Everything is on the table. Everything is the focus of our practice. Turning away is not an option. And so in the context of today, I'll be learning a little bit about engaging protector practices as a way of helping to move this energy along a little bit. We'll be practicing to become better surfers of the flow of karma, cause and effect, to not take things so personally, to not get wrapped up in the battles and the fighting. And then the final of the four thoughts that bring the mind to dharma, the dissatisfactory nature of samsara, or the defects of samsara. Samsara is kind of like a lemon that a used car salesman talked us into. Limited. Seems complex, but it's very predictable. When we look at these non-dual teachings of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, we begin to see that there is no difference between samsara and nirvana. And yet, interestingly enough, we tend to reinvest in our experience of samsara as a way of trying to get a little bit of freedom and space. Working for that new house, the new car. You sound like a They Might Be Giants song. And working for the new image, taking refuge in gin, cocaine, or whatever it is that we do to intoxicate ourselves, whatever we do to not feel pain. Tumultuous love affairs, fast cars, all the ways that we use our spirituality to bypass. Just like karma, cause and effect being the primary place of practicing, just coming to terms with, this minefield of all the craziness, this minefield of all the intensity. Everything is so vivid. Practicing into that. When we're able to begin to relate to samsara in that way too, then all of a sudden samsara begins to shift, it begins to change into some other kind of experience. An experience that has a lot of space, beauty, many places for us to connect. But we have to stop turning away. We have to stop running away. We have to stop, just like the story of the Buddha and Angulimala, the serial killer who tried to kill him. And so it's important to reflect on these. And then before we go any further, taking time to just sit as comfortably as you can and consider these four statements. So first we're going to explore these slowly as they were written. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. And take a moment to really feel into this. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. All beings, not just humans, not just cats, but ghosts. Beings we can't conceive of, gods, goddesses, hell beings, bardo beings, demons, demigods, all beings, amoebas, paramecium, viruses, all beings. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May each being be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. Every being on both sides of the gate in correctional facilities, every being on either side of the caregiving situation in hospitals and hospices, every being on both sides of law enforcement situations, may all beings be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. From the executives and oil companies, tobacco companies, chemical companies, to the frogs and the spiders and the salamanders and the children, the babies, the deer, the fish. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. The supreme joy, what does that mean? It's joy that is beyond all suffering. May all beings, no matter their station, no matter their appearance, no matter their behavior, may all beings never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. May all beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. Every single one. And then very briefly, take a moment to truly consider this. May I have happiness and the causes of happiness. Each one of you. And feel into this. May I have happiness and the causes of happiness. May I be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. Feel into what that means for you. May I be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May I never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. May I never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. May I abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. May I abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. And At this point, we'll just move into sitting for 10 minutes. For those in need of a little instruction, I'm going to offer just a very brief instruction. Maybe we can just borrow this essentialized instruction of Tulip 6 nails. Allow your body to be totally relaxed, right? And this can be, you can be in whatever posture or position you want. You can be laying down, you can be seated, you can be standing on your head, you can be standing on someone else's head. Um, let your breath be relaxed, your mind also relaxed. And if you're practicing with your eyes open, let yourself focus on non-referential space. So just the space directly in front of you. And try and let go of the past. Right? Let go of everything that happened before this moment. And similarly, try and let go of the future. Nothing beyond this moment has happened yet. Don't worry about it. It hasn't happened. Don't worry about this moment. Don't put pressure on yourself. Don't control this experience. Don't try to figure anything out. Just relax, open, and freely. And we'll sit like this for 10 minutes. Okay, and then just gently come back to the group. So I want to talk a little bit, maybe for about 20 minutes or so, offer a little bit of a Dharma talk, I guess one could call it. And then we'll move into a little bit of practice together. So what I want to focus a little bit on is this idea of bringing the intensity of our experiences, the intensity of what it means to kind of feel the full range of our emotions to practice. And in particular, we can kind of say to some extent that working with the protectors is a lot like working with these kind of shadow sides of ourselves, right? Our reactivity, our anger, our jealousy, our pride. And it's not that we're embodying those so as much as we're learning how to be able to cut through them and other obstacles that we experience in our life through the intensity of that kind of energy, right? It's really nice to have a relationship to the world which is constantly peaceful and compassionate and all of this, and sometimes that's not possible, right? Sometimes that isn't the best situation or the best response, perhaps you could say, to whatever situation is arising, right? So Trungpa Rinpoche refers to this term idiot compassion, right, which is kind of mindless compassion, which ends up being a little bit like the whole hopes and prayers thing that the Dalai Lama, talked about, where some tragic, horrible thing is happening, and we respond by, oh, let's, we can keep them in our hopes and, our thoughts and prayers, right? That in intense situations, sometimes an intense response is required in order to kind of move everything along. So in one very real way, the protectors represent this kind of, movement of energy, which is essentially a form of activity, right? And there are these kind of 4 activities or 4 karmas that we find that the wrathful deities end up kind of assisting us with. And the first is quite nice, right? Pacifying. So pacifying means settling, softening, or supporting a situation. So in one way, like aspirin, I don't know if people take aspirin anymore. I don't, but ibuprofen, whatever. Chamomile tea, for example, is a pacifying agent, right? Valerian like root tea. This is a way of helping to move energy in a way to settle, to soften, right? And in a certain way to support, in a nurturing way. Right? So sometimes, the activities of the protectors are kind of, requested to help with pacification. Right? And so, again, this is not a lecture, right? This is just a Dharma talk. But what I'm going to ask everyone to do is think of something, maybe even this week, right? To make it real kind of relevant, that you've needed help pacifying, and if you want to share, you can name it in the text box, if that feels important. But to just feel into to our experience, right? None of us, like, we are all tumultuous beings stuck in samsara. I guarantee there is something. I have something I can lead with if you want. But like for me, for example, like, my birthday is in January, and theoretically, I know people for whom their birthday falls in a month, and that month is just like the bee's knees for them. But January has always been like this really kind of bit of a downer month, right? And especially the beginning of January. And so for me, like every year, I need to pacify my own relationship to the intensity of just how January feels like a doldrums for me, right? So that's an example, right? I've met people, who are in the midst of these, like, very passionate love affairs right now, right? And sometimes they're amazing, right? And they burn wildly, like in an uncontrolled way, right? This is a really good thing to be able to bring pacifying energy to. Um, Another example is anger, pacifying anger, pacifying rage. I'm reading about this person, I forgot his name. I'm not following the news as closely as I typically do, but who was just tased to death in LA, right? The rage around this, right? The rage around a lot of things, right? How to pacify, settle, soften, and support ourselves, when we find that experience happening. So this is the first of the four karmas. The next is enriching, right? So it's kind of like Ratna energy, is feeling deeply into the richness of the moment and adding energy and beneficial qualities. So for anybody who's in the midst of a transition, for example, could be a job transition, could be entering into a new kind of, enterprise of some kind, an actual business or some other thing, right? And you need to magnetize that Ratna energy, right, to enrich. Maybe you're working on a book. Maybe you're a poet working on a poem, right? Or maybe you're just focusing on your practice, right? In this, work of feeling deeply into this moment and what all of your practice has been up until this point, and adding energy and all of the beneficial qualities needed for it to keep going, right? Enriching is kind of like being a farmer or a gardener. The protector as gardener, the protector as farmer. Right? And there are specific kind of, uh, deities who help with this, protector deities. Who take Zambala, for example, is technically kind of considered wrathful in a particular way. Their real kind of specialty is, enriching, or providing wealth or resources. Sometimes resources take the form of wisdom or compassion, insight. So this is not, we're not talking specifically about prosperity gospel dharma, right? But again, when we begin to think of, like, what it means to move energy, right? So with the first, pacifying, moving energy so that we can experience and reconnect with settling and softening and supporting. Right? And there's something about, perhaps we could say, the winter, this season we're in the midst of, which is there's of course increased darkness, even though we're moving now towards increased lightness. But it's a time where all the fields are left fallow, right? It's a time for preparation for these months that bring more light, more life, etc., production, right? So how to be able to move all of the energy needed to be able to settle, to support, pacifying, and add energy and all the beneficial qualities to be able to really maximize the richness of this moment. Right? And then magnetizing is the third, which is relating to the energy or energetic nature of the environment around us and finding wisdom there. Right? So within the context, for example, of Mahamudra Dzogchen, right, relating to the energy and energetic nature of everything that's arising, right, and magnetizing it all, transforming it into the directness of the path of awakening. Right? This is a way of magnetizing the news cycle, magnetizing emails we're getting that are hard, magnetizing the changes in the environment, all the tumultuous weather we're seeing in so many different parts of the world. And then, of course, the one that's harder for some people to relate to. And then, of course, easier if we're really kind of, angry, violent people, is destroying and subjugating. Right? This is the fourth. Right?
who who exacted energetic wrath upon Lama Justin's avatar. Poofed. Hopefully we'll be able to bring him back on soon. Someone's too powerful. All of you, too powerful. I just told everyone they're too powerful, Lama Justin. They ousted you.
I know. God, I thought I achieved rainbow body for a moment. I was like, oh. Oh, well. I guess I'm still back here in samsara. But what good timing, right? Destroying and subjugating. And so I think, that was actually perfect. I think, this is the growing edge, right? Learning how to relate to these practices around destroying and subjugating obstacles. I think this is where the juice is, and this is where the meat is. And so, what this essentially is doing, though, is breaking or destroying frivolousness, right? Or cutting through and eliminating. And I think that, what I want to talk about a little bit here, and I'm not going to talk too much because I don't want to take away from our practice time, but what this means for us, right? And the one thing I can definitely say is I've, over the course of now decades of practice, both in Asia and here, I've seen a lot of people who are kind of nasty, who really lean into their relationship to protector practice as a justification for being kind of nasty. And I think that why I wanted to start today off with a contemplation on the four thoughts that turn the mind to Dharma and the four immeasurables and the four measurables in particular are a powerful way of engendering compassion towards others, right? Really, cultivating this profound wish and desire for all beings to be free from suffering and the causes of suffering, but then also ourselves, and to have compassion for ourselves is that I think that compassion for ourselves is sometimes so much harder than destroying and subjugating, right? It's easier when we feel backed into a corner in terms of our own vulnerability to lash out, right? Or to want to forcefully change the world around us so that we don't have to feel, right? And the thing about protector practice, I think, for it to be really powerful is this vulnerability and this increased comfort in learning how to be able to connect to this energy of destroying and subjugating, or breaking or cutting through or eliminating obstacles is helpful. Otherwise, all we're doing is externalizing a projection of me being a change agent to change the world around me. But when we're so wrapped up in our own reactivity, we're so wrapped up in our own pain, and so wrapped up in our own brokenness, wrapped up in our own narrative structure, we can't do that. It's impossible. All we're doing is creating harm for others, and especially for ourselves, because we think we're, think we're some kind of crazy magician. So what I wanted to first introduce are these four karmas, right? Or these four actions. So the first being pacifying, the second being enriching, the third being magnetizing, and the fourth being destroying and subjugating. And as we'll see, there's room to destroy and subjugate a lot of things through protector practice. And sometimes these are, our kleshas, right? Our kind of, the clusters of our emotional reactivity. Anger, for example. Let the intensity of anger destroy itself. Other things, though, in the Vajrayana traditions, Indian and Tibetan, Bhutanese, Mongolian, etc., Nepali, there's this really profound and rich belief in spirits and kind of spiritual causes for a lot of the different things that we experience as suffering, including illness, right, and bad luck, and sometimes bad dreams. And protector practices are used to help, quote unquote, subjugate or eliminate these. And it's interesting too, because here we are, people who have been highly educated in this Western way of being, that kind of tends towards the materialist kind of perspective with respect to ghosts and whatnot. And I was talking with a friend earlier this week who's an administrator at Union Theological Seminary, and we were talking about some business together, and then they were asking me some questions about Vajrayana, and they were come from an insight practice background, and I was kind of poking fun at Vajrayana by saying it was like a folk magic tradition, which on some level, and in this particular way, right, when it comes to protectors, especially Dharma protectors, there is this element of folk magic in the practice. And I think that this is really important to remain open to, and it's not to reduce, the profound vividness of Vajrayana to just a folk magic perspective, but I think it is to actually maybe highlight the importance of folk magic in the human, or for the human psyche, right? That we are not just these brains, disembodied brains that can just process things intellectually, right? This is not, for us, there needs to be a connection to the emotive, to the magical, to these, beings coming from alternate places, right? Palaces made of skulls, who ride demonic donkeys on these lakes of blood, who, in one of my favorite protectors has a stiff corpse coming out of her mouth, right? So the point is not that we're all like, listening to like, I don't know, like death metal and AC/DC and like, eating bats and, we're all goth. Even though the imagery for all of these, practices is kind of like that, right? It's that we're actually, invested in, in a way that is kind of otherworldly, or maybe you could say occupying both worlds, this world of the phenomenal experience we're having right now, but then also this world of moving energy, this world of helping to kind of skillfully change the dynamics at play, to some extent, in our experience and of course, this is me just saying words about this stuff. In a little bit, we'll engage in the practice. Protector practice is also a really profound way of learning how to take responsibility for our own power as practitioners, right? And so what this means is we may feel impotent in the moment, right? We may feel like we don't have a tremendous amount of power. We may feel like we're victims, like, oh my God, this past week it was this thing, and I can already see what's coming down the pipe for next week, and early February, blah, 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 mid-February, oh my gosh, what am I going to do for, Losar? Oh, blah, 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 blah. We could do this easily for the whole rest of our lives, and to some extent, we've already done this for our whole lives up until this point. And protector practice, and engaging protectors helps us to be able to kind of, take our seat, as it were, and claim our power, to use kind of a popular phrase these days. But it's not claiming our power in the sense of power over other things. It's really claiming the richness and inherently interdependently related relationship we have to everything around us, right? We are not just one singular point, that exists in constant conflict and contradistinction to every single thing that we experience, right? We are part of this much larger flow of interdependence, and because we're part of this much larger flow of interdependence, we also have a tremendous amount of impact to help kind of grease the wheels, as it were, of how things unfold. And then especially though, because we're not, again, since this isn't like, prosperity gospel dharma, this is essentially about, increasing the wind behind our sails towards awakening, right? It's about, if I, Justin, am going to like truly own my victimhood, I might as well just lay down and die, and and just say it's over. This life, everything I wanted to do this life, just like, forget, it's done. It's done. Protector practice is about, saying, I'm in this the whole way. I'm in this now. Why am I in this? I'm in this because all beings need to be able to experience freedom from suffering and the causes of suffering. I'm in this for real. I'm not just, a dilettante in this particular life with my armchair dharma, just sitting around reading, fancy books and, feeling good about myself, right? If I'm really going to step into this, then I really need the power of all of these beings who, the most amazing thing about them is that they've all made these vows, according to when you look at as best as one can, Some of the kind of like early tantric references to some of these deities, we find that, as per the tradition, they've taken vows, either in front of the Buddha or other enlightened beings, to help liberate all beings, to help remove obstacles, to help provide a basis of power, to help support us. Right. So what we're doing is we're essentially connecting to some pretty wrathful spiritual ancestors, in one way of speaking. Right. And the other thing that's interesting to consider from our very kind of biased perspective, especially as Americans, is there's this narrative that we've pretty much been infected by, where we need to do it all alone. I need to do this alone. I need to manifest my awakening, for myself. And when you see how great my aura is going to be, when you see how amazing my third eye is going to be, and the eyes on the palms of my hands, and when you see how powerful and profound my dharma is going to be, then then you're really going to wish you wanted to hang out with me in high school. Right? Rather than that kind of thing, right? We are, acknowledging that we can't do this alone, right? And because there are these beings who have made a commitment to us, right? Let us rely on them. Let us be in relationship with them. The whole American exceptionalism thing in Buddhist practice is ridiculous, right? This is a way of just saying, you know what, I'm going to rely on Palden Lhamo, or I'm going to rely on Mahakala. They've been here before I was born. They're going to be here after I die. They have made this commitment to help usher us, out of our ignorance and into awakening. And they help us with the kind of more shadowy parts of ourselves. They help us with our fear. They help us with our paralysis. Right? They help us with our rage. And then they help us with our intense attachments. This passion is a beautiful thing and a powerful thing, but passion, when left completely unbridled, is akin to a fire that can burn down your house, right? They help with that, right? They help with all the things that we, in our hubris as Vajrayana practitioners, think we can handle, right? They show up and they're like, oh, no. Let me show you. Let me show you, you little, child of mine. Let me show you how to hold this really hard thing. Right? You think you know how to hold your anger? Well, ask your partner how well you hold your anger. Or you think you know how to do this? Ask your coworker, right? Or ask your children. Right? They're people, beings, who have made a commitment to be in places that most of us, really don't want to be. Places of death, these charnel grounds. I get to spend a lot of time in an amazing charnel ground, every week. And it is not the place a lot of people want to be, and I've learned to accept that. And I used to work in a charnel ground, Rikers Island. And then I worked in home hospice. So I'm familiar with these charnel ground places that people are kind of really fascinated by intellectually, like, oh, I want to hear about this and the history of that place. And then you're like, oh, well, I just, watch someone get their skull fractured, or stuff like that. Like, I just watched someone get beat up, or I got threatened, or whatever, or I just, blessed a truckload of bodies, or whatever. So these beings, have been habituated to be in these places of darkness and pain and suffering, right? All of our shadows, right? But they're there working the energy. They're like traffic cops. They're, okay, move this energy this way, stop that energy while it's coming, then move that energy that way. They're there. They're not afraid. they're able to show up in times when we don't have the capacity to, right? And so it's helpful to look at that and have a relationship to that. And I get the reason why sometimes we don't want to, because we want it to be all love and light, shiny, shiny. And shiny is great, love and light is great too. But when we're constantly, in a very myopic way, looking for only the good, looking only for the peace, looking only for, the ease, looking only for the compassion, then we tend to ignore all of this raw fecundity that is there, all of this richness, right, that is really easy to look past or skirt around or things like that. So as we'll see in a moment, this is a way of really claiming the depth of our power. And as we go into the shadow world or into this quote unquote darkness, right, our power extends so deeply down into some of the most, intense places of our being, that being open to that and listening to them is important. So I'm going to be silent for this part. I'm going to stop talking. What I do want to do, though, is ask everybody to take, 3 minutes or 4 minutes. We're going to, or 5 minutes. We're going to engage in a little bit of practice together, just as a guided visualization. These 3 protectors that we've been using for Bhumisparsha, so Chitipatti, these dancing skeletons, which tends to come from the Vajrayogini, the Narokachama form of Vajrayogini tantric cycle, and then this one form of Palden Lhamo with 2 arms, who comes from the Che tradition. And then this form of Shanglon Mahakala, in this particular kind of text, comes also from the Che tradition, although we also find it in the Indo-Tibetan. And we'll visit Shanglon Mahakala, more from the Indo-Tibetan perspective after lunch. So we're going to engage these 3 protectors as a guided visualization. But I think what is helpful, it might be for all of us to take a little bit of time to contemplate anybody, the name of anybody, or the situation within which we may find we need either support or a shift of energy. Right? And this could be somebody who, so I'm going to start, and you can, if you want to, you can, write this in the text box if you want to share. If you want to even unmute yourself and name somebody, you can. We can give ourselves, maybe 4 minutes if people want to do this. But I'm going to name Albert's cat Mr. Dharma. Right? So Mr. Dharma is, died last night. Mr. Dharma is somewhere in the Bardo right now. Right? And maybe I'll name the 26 people buried on Hart Island, right, last Thursday. And if anybody wants to name anybody, you can. You don't have to. But if you want to, it's a galaxy. Or dynamics, right? What do we need a shift in? We need Santos to resign. That's a little prosperity dharma kind of thing, but like anger with the political system, places of blockage, health problems, the Harveys. And just feel into it. You don't have to necessarily wait to see what other people are going to do. Feel into what is alive for you right now. Fear, anxiety, mm. Feel into where you're experiencing blockages. Mm. And feel into where you need pacification, your rage. Feel into, yeah, very good. Feeling into where you need enriching energy. And where do you feel um, depleted or brittle? Or where do you need fattening up, so to speak, you know? Where do you need this bolstering? And then where do you need subjugation / elimination? Of course, we could just name ignorance, right? Subjugation of ignorance. We could also begin to name all of the things that prevent us from truly liberating ourselves. All of the ways that we keep not taking ourselves seriously. All of the ways we cop out. All of the ways we drop out. All of the ways we don't believe in ourselves. All of the blockages. What kind of spiritual angioplasty do we need to perform? Yeah, not enoughness, guilt, and shame, harsh speech, to-do lists, stuckness. Trusting the richness of what is. Trusting our innate wakefulness. Trusting that we are enough. What else? Who doesn't have a single problem? I would like to see if somebody can raise their hand. If you don't have a problem, you should go back to the four thoughts that turn the mind to Dharma, because you don't know yourself. We've all got problems. Right? Maybe we have too many problems, and that's overwhelming. And going back to what I said initially about the being overly intellectual, don't be intellectual about this. Feel from your heart, right? Just don't. What do I need? Fortitude, enrichment, Really feel into your own heart. These kinds of practices aren't like going to HR. We need help with our spiritual resume writing. It's not like that. Yeah, softening around fear, clarity. Who's afraid of death? Yeah, gentle discipline. Who needs harsh discipline? Yeah, set up like our BDSM circle. Oh, there's a place for everything. Really feeling in, allowing ourselves to be a little vulnerable. And again, and now, take a moment. This is not stuff that one needs to share with the group, but if you can and you feel comfortable, allow yourself to rest into a place of real tenderness, real soft and honest reflection, contemplation. And in this moment, right, we find ourselves, like I said before, in the winter, just time of kind of low energy, maybe a time for reappraisal, and feel into, very, very privately, personally, this is not to be shared with anybody, but where are your blockages? Where do you feel blocked? Energetically, emotionally, spiritually. And not in a, uh, dramatic way, right? But just like, I really got to work on this. I allow these things to begin to kind of bubble up from where we often keep them unconscious, where these kind of shadows seem to constantly subvert our intent, and just lightly hold that. And allow yourself to get as comfortable as you can. And I'm just going to lead this as a guided visualization, so I'm not going to put any text up. For those who want the text, we have them set up to be shared. Of course, it's not loading up. So as you rest there, imagine that you're in a charnel ground of your own kind of creation. Allow yourself to feel like this charnel ground that you find yourself in is vast and very real feeling, right? It's maybe a little smoky, maybe there are wild animals around. Charnel grounds are the kind of places where typically bodies would be left, sometimes buried, sometimes left to be consumed by wild animals. Notice the sounds, notice the smells, notice if there are wild animals around. And really feel into this and bring with you to this moment everything that you need support in. Bring into this moment every place of stagnation, fear, anxiety, if it's anxiety, sadness, if it's sadness, depression, ravenous attachment, burning fear, whatever it is, just let these things be. And if you want to anthropomorphize them, visualize them in different kinds of, human or animal or any kind of form, go ahead and do that. And allow yourself to relax as you do. And imagine that this is protected space where you are. And from the midst of this protected space, you're able to hear the sounds of bones clinking together. And that one of the most terrifying lords of all of the charnel grounds, Chitipatti, begins to arise in front of you, in the form of a gigantic skeleton, a pair of gigantic skeletons dancing in union, bones clanking. This pair united together, arising is the specific wrathful Lokapala of the charnel ground known as Sosaling in India. Very wrathful place. And they're dancing, moving menacingly, and allow yourself to really feel into their movements. Imagine them dancing over you, their fangs bared, their eyes bloodshot, surrounded by an entourage of many other skeletons, singular ones and other pairs, dancing, moving fiercely and wildly. The Dharma protector Chitipatti comes directly from Kichara, the paradise or pure land of Narokachama, form of Vajrayogini. And there they rise in front of you, demonstrating this terrible wrathfulness. In their right hand, they have this mace made out of bone with a big skull on the end. In the left hand, they have the gigantic kapala or skull cup filled with blood. And as they dance waving this club around, holding this kapala. Their bony appearance is white and in parts still stained red, in parts very dry, no moisture. And they're embellished with silky sashes and jewel ornaments. And these sashes whip in the wind. all sorts of colors, and allow yourself to really feel into the presence of Chitipatti and entourage and all of the silks, the jewel ornaments, all of them surrounded by this massive gathering of flesh-eating female and male skeletal deities. And know that their presence is not to terrify, but to support. That as they dance around, they purify the space where you are, provide protection. And if you can, imagine putting your hands together in Anjali Mudra. You don't need to do it in real life, but making praise and offering prostrations to these nocturnal wanderers of charnel grounds. Every kind of charnel ground, not just where bodies are buried, but the charnel grounds of Skid Row, charnel grounds of the Bowery in New York City, charnel grounds of every place where people are disrespected and treated poorly, the charnel grounds of addiction, charnel grounds of unconscious bias, charnel grounds of unconscious rage and attachment, the charnel grounds of depression, isolation, the charnel grounds of inertia, charnel grounds of lack of love, compassion, the charnel grounds of harshness, charnel grounds of reactivity, charnel grounds of horrid, violent intellect, the charnel grounds of seriousness and orthodoxy, the charnel grounds of lazy iconoclasm, charnel grounds of not listening, whatever it is. And in your own way, and for whatever reason feels appropriate, allow yourself to make a personal prayer or supplication to Chitipatti, this nocturnal wander of charnel grounds, these beings who exist within the marginalia of reality, the dream state, the bardo state, space between thoughts, and ask support for what it is that you need support with. Cultivation of qualities, for example, to be able to go deep into practice. The healing of a broken heart. The healing of rage or sadness. The elimination of physical illness. Whatever it is that you need, whatever it is that your community needs, whatever it is that the beings in your part of existence need, now is the time. And as you make this request, imagine that Chitipatti and consort move down close, and you're able to behold one another eye to eye. You look at their bony, fangy smile, and they're able to hear you, to hear your requests, and that they are proud of you, and that they love you because of your commitment towards awakening. You're showing up in the midst of whatever is hard. And imagine that you also make an offering to Chitipatti, and this can be very personal. It could be an object of special significance to you, or it could be a ritual cake, whatever it is that feels important to you. But allow yourself to make this offering, and that just as much as Chitipatti and their entire retinue pledged in the presence of the great Yogin Padampa Sangye, founder of the Shije tradition, teacher of Majik Lobdron, right, that these lords of the 8 sacred charnel grounds of India who pledged in the presence of Padampa to protect people like yourself at home and while you travel, to protect your possessions, to protect you from enemies, both real and enemies in the form of the ways that we try and defeat ourselves, the way that we cause harm for others. We can easily become an enemy to others unconsciously. And to ask for protection from thieves, not just intruders entering your home, taking your stuff, but the way that we become thieves, stealing energy, stealing attention, and protection from wild animals, both real and energetic. And that we make these prayers, that Chitipatti helps to ensure that all of the Buddha activities we request are successfully carried out. Please help us with this. And then behold in your mind's eye Chitipatti and entourage directly in front of you, dancing passionately, wildly, bones clanking together like wooden sticks. This display of utter wrathful awe. And then imagine that all of them transform into a small ball of rainbow-colored light. And that ball or sphere of rainbow-colored light appears just above the crown of your head. It begins to enter down through the crown of your head, down to the level of your heart, where it transforms into a lotus petal of rainbow light, filling your entire body with rainbow-colored light that blesses you with protection, the elimination of obstacles, healing, nurturing, resourcefulness, blessing your dream state, blessing the Bardo state. And allow your entire body to dissolve into rainbow light and then space itself. And rest like this for a moment. And then from this place of spaciousness, allow yourself to come back to this charnel ground and feel into it again. If you want to lay down, you can lay down. And if you lay down, remember that you're laying down in a charnel ground. You can smell the smoke from funeral pyres around, all of the intense yoginis and yogis around, wild animals. It's a place where everything goes to die. Imagine that you're able to make out the sound of the syllable Jo. And coming from the smoky periphery of this charnel ground, you're able to behold Sri Devi Palden Lhamo, the one who performs all Buddha activities in an instant. She who travels the 3,000-fold world system loudly, shouting and screaming the syllables Hum, Pe, and Jo. Imagining that Sri Devi Palden Lhamo stands before you naked. Her hair is long, yellow, matted, drags on the ground. Her body is emaciated. You can make out her veins, her bony ribs, her sunken in eyes, her dry tongue. Her long, bony fingernails, fingers and fingernails. In her right hand, she holds a curved knife, and in the left, she holds a skull filled with blood. And even though she arises in this moment, midnight blue in color, her color also changes inconsistently to show the color of the enlightened activity that she's able to perform at any time. Sometimes she's white, sometimes she's blue, sometimes she's yellow, sometimes she's green, sometimes she's red. And she performs all of these Buddha activities for all yogini and yogi practitioners alike. She does this to help practitioners just like yourself to keep your intention, your samaya intact, to help support you spiritually, And in this form, she's known as Chanmo Drajok, chief performer of Buddha activities. And you see her in front of you. Her movements are erratic. She screams and shouts, her eyes dramatically bloodshot. Zoom in on yours. She's your wrathful mother. She's the wrathful mother of all the Buddhas. She made a vow when the Buddha was freshly enlightened, seated under the Bodhi tree, to remove obstacles for all practitioners. And she's showing up in this way right now to do this for you. And in this moment, imagine that she comes quite close. And take a moment to ask for whatever support it is that you need right now. The removal of illness, the quelling of pride, obsession with fame, unbridled narcissism. Anger, depression, sadness, or loss, whatever it is that you need assistance with. Ask your wrathful mother. And imagine that she too beholds you with respect and love, even though her erratic behavior may make you uncomfortable. Know that she is an ally. She's a loving force. She is a force of compassion and intensity. And in this way, allow yourself to make an offering, an object of some kind of special significance to yourself. It could be a physical offering, it could be visualized. And you do this to this particular form of Palden Lhamo, Sammo Drajok, who pledged also in the presence of Maji Globjun to perform all the Buddha activities and fulfill the requests of all yoginis and yogis alike, so that they can be accomplished in this very instant. And in this moment, imagine that Sri Devi Palden Lhamo puts her bony hand on your head and blesses you. And instantaneously, you're endowed with the qualities that you seek. And all of the obstacles that you seek distance from are instantaneously dissolved. And as you look her directly in her intimidating eyes, you notice a white light emanating from her brow. It shines a white light that touches your brow, blessing you with the enlightened body of Sri Devi Palden Lhamo. And then you notice a red light emanating from her throat center, ruby-like in color, emanating and touching your throat center, blessing you with the enlightened speech of Sri Devi Palden Lhamo. And a lapis lazuli like blue color from her heart center emanating, shining and blessing your heart center with the enlightened mind of Sri Devi Palden Lhamo. And imagine that she dissolves into space, and you too dissolve into space. And allow yourself to rest like this for a moment. And then imagine yourself returning back to the charnel ground, smoky and intense. And then, like a crack of lightning or thunder, you hear the syllable hung. And Shanglon Mahakala begins to arise from the mist. Shanglon Mahakala is the one who is paid homage to by 10 million guardians of the hidden treasures, sometimes known as the Rakshasa with bloody matted hair. And he carries out all of the activities of the past and present transient worlds without any impediments, as if by miracle. And in this form, he arises extremely black in color, like the raging apocalyptic rain clouds at the end of time. His body is short and stocky. His eyes appear angry, bloodshot. There are three of them. His mouth is wide open, and he roars with laughter. His eyebrows are orange, and chin, beard, goatee blaze and gleam like fire. In his right hand, he holds a wish-fulfilling jewel that fulfills the wishes of all practitioners just like yourself. And on the left, he holds a jewel nectar vase that eradicates the diseases of all beings. He wears an ornamented headdress, has jewel ornaments on his body, silken garments, a gold belt, leather shoes. And is seated upon two zombies. And imagine that all of the Rakshasas from across time and space offer homage and praise to he who completely suppresses the three realms. Imagine that you call upon Shanglon Mahakala and their Yakshini consort, calling upon the 8 great wealth gods, including Zambala. Call upon the 5 nomadic kings, including Eutrope, who wears turquoise armor with an entourage of 21,000 that carry out peaceful activities. And call upon an Imeziji wearing rhinoceros skin armor and an entourage of 21,000 that carry out enriching activities. And call upon Halabarj wearing copper armor with an entourage of 21,000 that carry out subjugating activities. Call upon Nakbobarwa with iron armor and an entourage of 21,000 that carry out wrathful activities. Call upon an assembly of 10 million wealth gods and yakshasas to partake in this offering. And that in accordance with the instructions of Drakpa Nongje, one of the teachers of Machik Lobjong, that this entire entourage of beings, including Shanglon Mahakala, all bring benefit to you, to your circle of support, to your home, to your community, wherever you happen to be. Imagine that they're providing you with the blessings of Dharma resources, elimination of obstacles to practice, elimination of obstacles to realization, elimination of obstacles to ease, elimination of obstacles to healing, elimination of obstacles from fear, support for all beings who are wandering the bardo, support for all beings who are just being born, support for beings who are just about to breathe their last breath, support for beings who have just been diagnosed with terminal illnesses, resourcing in every which way. And in this moment, imagine that from this vast gathering of compassionate and yet fierce protectors, Shanglon Mahakala begins to move closer and closer to you, directly in front of you. And in this moment, privately ask for whatever it is that you need support with. And as you do, imagine that Shanglon Mahakala places this wish-fulfilling jewel from their right hand right on the crown of your head. And that as it touches the crown of your head, you are instantly blessed, instantly resourced, instantly full of all of the capabilities that are inherent to your being. And then imagine with his left hand, he takes the jewel nectar vase and holds it above the crown of your head. And as he begins to pour it, the contents enter down through the crown of your head, filling your entire body, blessing you with longevity, an increase of merit and resources, an elimination of all forms of loss. And imagine that these bliss waves from this process heal the environment, quell the longing of ghosts, and settle the environment so that all beings are able to experience Mahamudra or Maha'ati. And in this moment, allow yourself to rest into the nature of mind, free, vast, without center, without edge. And then allow yourself to come back to the charnel ground. Imagining that in this moment, all three protectors are standing directly in front of you. Chitipatti and entourage, Sri Devi Palden Lhamo in the center, and on the right, Shanglon Mahakala and their vast retinue of millions and millions and millions of beings. And imagine that you hold up an offering. This offering is made to all three protectors, and we offer it with the mantra Om Karmadikini, Om Pe, and Om Sabha Shuddha Sarvadharma Sabha Shuddha Om. In this moment, the offering is completely cleansed and transformed in size, and allow yourself to visualize countless offerings, every possible pleasing thing, every possible desirable thing, jewels and silks and gold and tea and cham and whatever it is that you value, books, music, joy, love, compassion, samadhi, whatever is important, we offer. We offer this with the offering mantra Om Ahom Om Sarva Lokapala Idam Baling Ka Ka Kahi. Om Ahom Om Sarva Lokapala Idam Baling Ka Ka Kahi. Om Ahom Sarva Lokapala Idam Baling Ka Ka Kahi. And imagine that these protectors are able to accept your offering. They smile, and each one turns around and dissolves back into the edge of the charnel ground. And in this moment, allow yourself to settle back into wherever it is that you find yourself. Whoever you are, whoever you think you are, and just check in privately and notice how you feel. Notice what that's like. Notice what that process is like. Notice if there was a sense of intimacy with the protectors or not. Notice if there was a feeling of ease with receiving the blessings needed or requested. And we have some time, maybe about 20 minutes or so, if anybody wants to share anything, or if anybody has any questions up to this point. And there's no question that's, every question is good. So don't feel like, you can't ask even what you might fear as a basic question. There's no such thing. Yeah, Raf, you need to be unmuted. Let me see if I can. Oh no. Maybe will that work? Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Lama Justin, for the
Yeah.
teachings and for the day. Yeah, I guess there's a million different things, but one that just came up as far as a question and clarification is in visualizing an offering. Um, is it I'm a thing of visualization that comes to me very quickly is like usually offering like a piece of my own body or flesh, like usually my own heart. And I'm wondering if that is, you know, an unwise or neutral, thing to do in a visualization. And about, we're offering to three different protectors, if there's anything sort of um, less than ideal about like offering the same thing to like the three of them, like it's my heart to like the three of them. Because I was like drawn to doing that, but there was just some insecurity or questioning that I had in that. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a good question. Yeah, no, I mean, if you can maintain the ability to just, visualize your heart each with each one and that feels good, then, then go ahead and do that. There are maybe I'll give a little like sneak peek. There's this text we're not going to get into now, but maybe if there are folks who one day receive the Palden Lhamo empowerment from me and want to be able to eventually practice this, we can get there. But there are these great things, right? Like um, I'll just read a portion. It just gives a sense of just how much can be offered. Since these are the inviting Samaya substances, we fulfill your heart pledges with, well, I'm going to skip that part. So, since this is the mix of the solemn Samaya substances, we fulfill your heart pledges with ambrosial medicine. Since this is revealed Samaya substance, the flesh of enemies, obstructors, and bastards with these immeasurable types of mamsa, we mend and fulfill your heart pledges. Since this is the pleasing Samaya substance with the blood of black goats, black chickens, and an ocean of blood, and the ocean of the blood of enemies, obstructors, and so forth, we fulfill your heart pledges. Since you desire the burnt offerings of enemies and obstructors, we mend your heart pledges with the smoke of human fat, with water, vegetables, flowers, incense, aloe, incense, perfumed water, with pure food of wheat, grains, seeds, human fat lamps, and so forth. Right. And so obviously I'm not like, I mean, maybe it would be a good idea to like liposuction all the fat out of my body and make it into lamps, right? So it's not about the reality of it, but it's just this visualized, going and going and going, right? Like, there's no it kind of ties in a little bit to like mandala offerings, just giving and giving and giving and giving. And the so the sadhana I read from is this form of a protector that is quite wrathful and able to go to all of the dark places that maybe we're not so comfortable going to, right? Which is why the nature of the visualized offerings need to be that intense. So I shared this just for anybody who is afraid that this idea of visualizing one's heart is too gnarly. It can get a lot more gnarly. But the thing that's the most important is just that it's heartfelt, right? That like, if we're not feeling comfortable visualizing all that stuff, then that's not a good practice to do right now. But when it gets comfortable, do it, um, because all we're doing is we're bringing like we're so like I'm gonna like change like the direction in addressing this. So like one of the things I was just talking with my wife about this last night about all the time spent that I spent on Rikers Island, and this was kind of in relationship. This could be a little meandering, but it has a point. of listening to this interview with Prince Harry, and Prince Harry talking about his military service. And there's part of me that was like, blah, 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 whatever, like, that's weird stuff. But then I was reflecting on it last night, and I was just like, I'm so grateful for the time I spent on Rikers Island, because I saw and experienced such volatile, raw, intense suffering of others, and then I was pulled right into that. Like, I was definitely not in control of my own life for 5 years. I had basically kind of like signed over my whole existence to a paramilitary command structure, and had to just live that. And so this means anybody who's ever done that, like, is able to see that this is not about me, and I need to insert myself into the intensity of whatever is happening. And the beauty of that essentially means is that now I can be with people who have either gone through similar things, or experienced this wide variety of things, of hardships and difficulties and pains and sufferings. And so these kinds of practices are almost like a homeopathic insertion of intensity and rawness into our practice, which has a way of causing us to be able to bring intensity and rawness into our natural practice, which is essential if we are literally going to try to manifest the path, at all, right? Because when we say, I vow to empty the pit of samsara, we're not like only the sunny things. Like, only the people with flowers in their hands and, really cool, relaxed dispositions, right? Because when we say, may I liberate, the pit of samsara, that means going into all of the hell realms, right? That means confronting what it means to be, have death threats and, thrown your way and all sorts of things like that. And, it means getting comfortable with the intensity of the range of our experience, and of course the range of experience that exists more broadly speaking. So all this is to just say that, like, offer your heart and don't hold back. Just bring bring the ruckus, to quote Wu-Tang Clan. It's if you can't listen to Wu-Tang Clan and practice Dharma, then maybe you should I don't know what, re-examine your practice.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll lean into that, offer all of it and then some energy. And from your answer, I got this other thing of like not letting my self-consciousness get in the way of like my instinct and practice, and sort of let the improvised flowing and stream of offerings sort of keep rolling. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say one other thing. Like, it behooves us to get, just as much as, like, I'm not an anti-intellectual kind of person, or I think really kind of like getting into the whole like richness of the tradition is really dynamic and important. And like the one thing Vajrayana has going for it is like a lot of like the major voices were freaks, in the sense that they occupied these really intense liminal spaces. So may we too be able to occupy intense liminal spaces as well, right? That, like, at least for me, like, I know different people have different kind of perspectives, but why I really do value, like, more Mahasiddha style practice is that it means we have to get out of our comfort zones and out of our like internal, like, bookworm life, and get into, just the raw vicissitudes of what it means to be and to suffer, and to own up our, to our own experience of that suffering too, you know. So yeah, just bring the more, fecund material, i.e. feces and things like that, we can bring to our practice, the deeper and more rich and fertile it becomes. But if we are overly static or minimalist in what we feel like we can bring, then then the result will be not nearly as rich and appropriate for the level of suffering that invariably we are going to encounter in others. Like I was sorry, I talk way too much, but I'll just say one other thing. Like I was telling somebody, can't remember how this came up, but it was in the context of like when I was volunteering on Rikers Island, and one guy came up to me and was like, basically like, what's the worst thing you ever did? Like, why should I listen to you? Like, I'm here, like, this person was there, like, in multiple assault charges, right? Been in and out of state prison. And he's like, why the fuck should I listen to you? Like, Mr. Like, college educated white guy who's here to talk to me about meditation. Like, like, if you can't tell me the worst thing you ever did, and it's not just me, like, all of us want to hear it. Like, if you can't do that, then like, get the hell out, And so I was just like, all right, fine. Like, here's, let's all sit down. And yeah, my shit's not nearly as bad as yours. Like, I totally, like, own up to that. But like, this is, if this is what you need for me to be able to be here, and so I told them and they just laughed. They're like, all right, man, like, like, you're all weak, but you're here and you were honest with us, right? Like, so like, fine, like, stick around, and but we have to, if we're like, oh well, I've never done like a bad thing at all, like, I'm super clean, I can't admit my faults, my dharma is really shiny, then all we're doing is fooling ourselves, so anyway, Erica, your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you. And for sharing that. It just took me instantly. I'm very much into cinema therapy. It took me instantly to the movie Alice's Restaurant, where Arlo Guthrie has to report to the draft, and he gets sent to the group building bench. And and he said, "Well, what are you in here for? Littering, and creating a nuisance." And then he was accepted. It was very funny.
Yeah.
It's actually very uncanny because years ago, one of my first Dharma talks I went to was entitled "Responding Skillfully to Conflict Using the Four Cities." And it absolutely coincided with a hell realm that I was going through, regarding, very serious issues with the criminal justice system and my business and at the level of my cave, and, just very raw stuff. So I really appreciate, revisiting this again. It really stuck for me. And recently I had an opportunity to go to a friend's sort of impromptu 65th birthday gathering, just with her husband and her sister-in-law. And anyway, I wanted to give her something, and I just didn't have the mojo to go out and shop. And I, of course, am really into my jewelry. I design jewelry. It's just a thing. And I believe there's a lot of power in stones. And so I wanted to give her something I already had. It was sort of like, not regifting, maybe it was, I don't know, but I really paid attention to my mind of attachment as I was figuring out what to give her. So I had some amazing tea. She had just been to South Africa. This was an African beautiful tea that I had that was sitting there. And then I went into my stash, and I was able to give away a silver object, this sort of very beautiful kind of Zuni carved medallion on a, a nice chain. But I couldn't give away the gold, and it's just, I sort of sat with my attachment there. I mean, she really liked it, but I just got a chance to observe, like, I wouldn't let go of this. But, when you're talking about idiot compassion, I mean, in terms of like being my own Dharma protector, I have to be honest on a daily basis. Like every day, my energy is different. And if I don't have it to give, I'm really of no use, because it's not a gift based in stability and centered energy. So, I pay attention to that. And I really got triggered. I mean, not in a psychotic way, but when you were talking about, kind of like the wrathful mother protector, um, and um, and not knowing which aspect would show up. Is she wrathful?
Mhm.
Is she, is she kind? Is she depressed? The Buddhas really aren't depressed, but it got me to reconnect with my mom, who passed about 6 years ago, who was a nut job. You didn't know
Mhm.
what mom was going to show up. And of course, I habituated to that. And of course, my life has been a journey to, internalize my own stable mother. Um, so I don't know. I just wanted to share those observations, and just really delighted that I just feel like I'm right back at the beginning of the circle, because that was my first Dharma talk. So I guess this is more just sort of gratitude. I find that when I'm dealing with energy vampires, there's I have to be extremely careful and stay with my body. See, that's the thing. I have to listen to my gut and my breathing, and it tells me a lot about not being depleted.
Mhm.
And anyway, so anyway, that's all. I just wanted to connect it with the group and you, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I just want to name, one of the things I heard in what you shared, Erica, also is the release from the from fear. The part of our practice invariably has to include working with the things that we're afraid of, right? And of course, this gets like weirdly intellectualized. Being afraid of ignorance. I mean, how could you be? Ignorance isn't going to attack you in the street. I mean, it will, right? Like, but broadly speaking, ignorance won't come and assault you. Um, Moving into these places, and again, slowly in a way that's supportive and makes sense, where we experience habitual relationships to fear, is something that has to be brought into our Dharma practice. Like, otherwise, and we might not be able to do it like immediately, but if we don't do it at some point, our practice is really a practice of bypassing, you know and we don't need to make a big deal out of it. We don't need to judge it. We don't need to we just need to take stock of it, kind of like maybe perhaps we have a lot of credit card debt. And if we have a lot of credit card debt, we might, the more we think about it, the more it drives us crazy, right? But all we need to do is come up with a plan that's workable, right? And eventually, we can address something like this. It's the same thing with fear. When we are able to recognize, like, this particular relational situation, or this particular dynamic, or whatever it is, it has a lot of fear response connected to it. We don't need to blame. We just need to rest into cultivating a relationship with it, and going into it, um, yeah, as best we can. So, Javi, your hand was up. Is it still up, or are you?
No, hi everybody.
Hi.
I'm Justin. Yeah, I just wanted to say something really quick. I really liked what you said about Dharma Protector practice being something that puts wind in the sails of your practice. Like, in the sense that, kind of coming from a traditional background, hearing about Samaya, especially, like, I thought it was always like a set of rules for monkish people you have to follow strictly and all that. But when, like, working with Palden Lhamo in the practice, kind of like, I don't know if it's correct, but realizing that Samaya isn't like nature of our experience and just working around that. So I don't know. It was really freeing to not like. I don't know if that's correct or not, but yeah, I just had that thought about Samaya, and if you could just correct me if I'm wrong or something. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, I'm gonna plug Mahamudra for the people, just because there was a good question about this last Wednesday or Tuesday rather, in Mahamudra for the people that I addressed. But yeah, I mean, I think that if you are a Dharma lawyer, like the way you interpret Samaya is going to be much different than if you're a Mahasiddha. And so, essentially, like Samaya has to do with how we place the mind in relationship to practice, and how we relate to practice, and how we relate to, our teachers. But it is not, there are lists of Samayas, which, I think we tend to relate to lists in an intense way. Samaya is not about just checking off all the boxes on a list. It's about looking at how to train ourselves to be able to rest into phenomenon and Sangha and teachers and practice in a way that is, the manifestation of the Dharma. Not, oh, you receive this empowerment, now sign here, like your soul is mine. If only it were that, right? I'd have a little bag of souls. They would do my bidding. And yet there are probably some Dharma practitioners or Dharma teachers who kind of like to think of it that way. Like, I have got this bag, just gave an empowerment to 100 people. I've got a bag of 100 souls, and now I'm moving on to the next town, and I'm going to do the same and the same. The Dharma is meant to liberate. Period. That's the only goal, is to, the liberation of beings into awakening. And it's important to just check in briefly from time to time to see if Samaya is freaking us out and causing us a raw nerve kind of experience where all of a sudden now we're suffering. Like, that makes absolutely no sense, right? So within that tension, within that kind of, internal freakout is a place for a lot of practice. But so I think that maybe it's good if we could pause here for lunch break, or lunch and whatever people need, depending on your timing. And if we come back in 1 hour, so at like 1:35, let's say, we can continue and let this stuff kind of percolate, and we can open up maybe with a little bit of check-in to see what's alive for folks, and then we'll dive back in if that feels good. Does that feel good? Cool. All right. So I'll see you all in an hour. Okay. Be well. Okay. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. I hope everyone's doing well, and your break was a nice one. And yeah, okay, good. So maybe we can just start off by first checking in to see if any questions or anything arose, thoughts during the break. I'd like to give people time to share anything or express anything that might be alive before we go any further.
I can break the ice with
Okay.
not so much a practice-related situation, but just wanted to say thank you again, everyone, for registering. Such a incredible blessing that so many folks showed up and were hungry for these teachings. I feel a lot of joy that we're able to gather in this way together today. And thank you to everyone who has donated. This is just a very quick, brief plug to just share this link. Obviously, no donations required. No one's going to be keeping track of who donates and who doesn't. None of that business. But if it feels like you've benefited from the offerings today and you feel inspired to give, please do so. And there's the link. Any dollar is appreciated just to help Bhumisparsha keep the lights on and keeping the teachings flowing. And that's enough of that.
Yay. All right. Good. So if there aren't any questions, I'll give one more sec to see if there is anything before we move on. And pretty much anything, you could ask anything you want. Within reason, I see Christy typing something. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Well, then let's move on. I want to maybe start off again with this, just coming back to self-compassion, coming back to I guess loving yourself, and more than loving yourself, really kind of taking time to really consider what this kind of practice means, within the context of the four immeasurables. So taking a moment to just settle and from a very heartfelt place, feeling into space itself and generating this desire that all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness, and what this means for each one of us. And may all sentient beings, including ourselves, have happiness and the causes of happiness. Deep down, real, true, all-pervading happiness, joy, contentment. May all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. Notice where the lines are, if there are any. All beings except those ones. All beings except that particular person. And feel into the edginess of that. And may all beings be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May I be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. What are the causes of suffering? How to liberate this from the lunacy of rote memorization. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May I be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. May I never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. What does that mean? May I never be separated from the supreme joy that is beyond all suffering. May all beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. May I abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. Take a moment to feel into what does it mean to experience equanimity. Allow your body to feel that. What is it like for your body? Or how does your body feel when you consider what it means to rest into equanimity? True equanimity. May all beings and myself abide in equanimity, free from attachment, aversion, and sorrow. Attachment, aversion, and sorrow. And take a moment to feel into attachment and what you're attached to, aversion to what you experience aversion towards, and sorrow. How is that experienced? How does that show up? And then really gently taking time to feel into your relationship to spiritual narcissism. Protector practices are so obscure and intense. How can we relate to them in a way that's ordinary and not complex, not special, not reified? More broadly speaking, how can we connect to the heart of Dharma without needing to become somebody? Touching into that very same experience of equanimity. When we rest into equanimity, it's quite hard to be a puffed up, narcissistic Dharma practitioner. The protectors don't want you to become a narcissist. The Buddhas don't want you to become a narcissist. The Dakinians definitely don't want you to become a narcissist. How can we relax into our natural, dynamic awakening without creating more samsara by spinning yarns about who we think we are? And so coming back to resting into equanimity, let's sit for a little bit. Allow yourself to rest into the natural state, free of the past, free of any expectation about the future, free of looking good, free of control, free of trying to figure anything out. And rest into a vast, luminous space. So we talked a little bit about the four karmas and how they relate to Dharma protectors, how the Dharma protectors are these embodiments of there's different kinds of activity. Right? So pacifying, being this work of settling, softening, and supporting. And it's worth considering that the way Dharma protectors are depicted. They're intense and wrathful and strong in their presence, but they're not extremists, right? So they show up in a whole host of ways. They can show up tenderly, right, like a loving mother, right? So Palden Lhamo, just because she arrives the way she doesn't mean she's always like that. The same way we're not always, however we are, right? Like the one thing I think maybe like a lot of Dharma practice does, and I'm going to throw this out there to everybody here, is the more practice we do, the more we recognize that we are not just the way we appear. Right? Like, out of everybody here, right? I'm gonna just say Declan because Declan's right there. Is Declan just that white guy with cool blonde hair and drinking water, wearing a nice sweatshirt? Is that all Declan is? Right? No, Declan is much more than that. The same way that Sarah is so much more than just the way they appear. Right? And Jan is so much more than the way Jan appears. Yeah, and this has a lot to do with obviously, assumptions based on visual consciousness. And when it comes to working with protectors, right, some of the work, and this is the same with yidams, right, meditational deities, there has to be this, creation of relationship. And again, very kindly, I'm not complaining, but, one of my teachers called me this morning, and it was great to have this kind of like early Saturday morning conversation. And, again, we were talking about the uneven distribution that exists within a lot of Dharma practitioners' minds towards an intellectual practice, right? An idea-based practice, right? So we see this, can't remember where, but it's interesting. I wrote a little bit about this in Modern Tantric Buddhism, and there's a lot of room for increased conversation about this. The kind of pitfalls of psychologizing, Buddhist Tantra, where we could say, different kinds of protectors end up being, archetypes, right? So, Mahakala shows up as a particular archetype, or, dakinis are kind of archetypes, and, Vajravarahi is an archetype, and Medicine Buddha is an archetype, and blah, 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 blah. Like that idea structure is something that we're very used to theoretically in the West, right? And it's helpful, and yet it kind of misses some of the like indigeneity associated with these Buddhas as not existing and not existing, right? This kind of liminal space, right? So that we can actually have relationship with them. They can show up in rather unusual ways, right? And this kind of goes back to the folk magic aspect of Vajrayana. So, for example, like one of the protectors I rely on quite a bit is this form of Palden Lhamo, where she has 4 arms and she rides this possessed donkey, and she's incredibly wrathful. But I've also had these experiences of her where she shows up in such a tender way, right? She shows up as peaceful and nurturing and soft, and actually so does her donkey slash horse, right? Like muzzling, nuzzling me, you know. And so, I think the more we can have these kinds of experiences when we're willing to open up to the protectors showing up as they do, right? So if we're going to be, it's kind of like being involved with a partner who might not really truly listen to us. I'm sure we've all had this experience, and it doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It could be a friend too, or a family member. And this is really like, a parent who can never really truly see you for who you are, right? They're always like, you could be better, you could be more this, or you could be more what I want you to be, right? And so, like how to not show up. Just it's hard enough to do that for fellow beings, right? Fellow sentient beings, where we're like, oh, this is what I think you are. That's how I'm going to treat you, but then really like feeling into the protectors, like, do we always need some like pumped up, like constantly sparky, constantly constantly intense person, like protector, who's just like, they're not the kind of people, like we all have friends like that, I suppose, where it's like, oh my God, they're so intense all the time. They're also not the people we invite to every single event, right? Because of that. And so just, taking some time to feel into the fact that these protectors show up in different ways, right? It's not just, that they're just here to kick butt all the time. And of course, like other good examples of this are, when I was working on Rikers Island, or volunteering on Rikers before I was working there, and I was working with people in custody, I'd work with people who were, Crips and Bloods and Trinitarians and Latin Kings, and they do all this stuff out in the world, in the community, right? But in that moment, they weren't as, hyped up as they were, right? And when we show up to hold space for folks, they can let their guard down. And when they let their guard down, they're kind of, the wider range of who they are comes out. And it's the same thing with protectors, same thing with all of these kinds of practices. The symbol is just a symbol, right? And what is behind that symbol is so much more. The same way each one of us is a living symbol, right? We're a symbol of so much, right? We're a symbol of karma. We're a symbol of genetics. We're a symbol of values. We're a symbol of expressiveness, right? So it doesn't make any sense to just say, oh, well, Raph looks like this, like that's who he is, and then the they in the pronoun, right, already messes with that. And then you get to sit down with Raph, and Raph will mess with all of that, and you'll experience Raph, So, sometimes the problem with our like intellectual relationship to Dharma is that we don't feel. And with these practices, you need to feel. Otherwise, you're just, you're just going through the motions. And I don't know about you, but I know that when I'm in the midst of my own suffering, just going through the motions scares me, in my practice, simply because I want to get free. I think we all want to get free. So the question is, why do we do that? Why do we just go through the motions? Why do we just like, whatever. Maybe after practice, I'll have a martini and things will feel truly better. Because the practice, I'm not, I'm feeling all intellectual towards it. I'm feeling dry and stodgy. So, how to practice from our heart, how to practice more simply, right? How to practice more lovingly, how to practice more emotively. And you know, it's also helpful to begin to look at these protectors with all the symbolism that they hold. You know, I've said this before, so I'm repeating myself, but you know, there was one time when I first met my root teacher in 1995, and she was great, and she was definitely, you know, a little out there in terms of what you would expect a nun to be like. And so every evening, you know, we would drink tomba, which is this kind of fermented millet wine, and she would teach. And it was really cold out, and tomba's warm. You pour this like hot water over the fermented millet, and so it's like this warm wine. You're drinking it out of a bamboo straw, and she's, you know, just teaching and teaching and teaching for like, you know, a couple hours, and then, you know, the tomba wears off, and she's like, you know, hold on, let me go get some brandy. Switch to brandy, and then, you know, the Dharma alone is blowing my mind, and then I have like this buzz, and then it's time to go to sleep, and you know, it's like, oh my God, what kind of night was that? You know, for like a couple weeks, like, you know, 7 days a week, it was it was great. But at one point, you know, she looked at me and she was like, you know, you look at me and you see a nun, and yeah, I'm a nun, but I'm so much more than that. Like, I will be always so much more than that, you know? And, you know, I was, it was like 20 at the time. So I was quite young. And I understood what she meant in that moment, right? But when we begin to kind of extrapolate that kind of instruction and, you know, apply it not only towards others, but then to the very Buddhas that we visualize, right? The very deities that we're connecting to, right? Then it means that we need to kind of unpack all of this. Right? Means we need to understand what we don't understand. And, you know, there are a couple ways of doing this. One is by, you know, learning as much as we can. But sometimes we can't learn a lot because not a lot is written on certain topics, like protectors, for example. Right? And so then we're left with the only other way to learn, which is to actually become practice partners with them, right? Show up and practice them, show up and be in relationship to them. I was, this lunch with my friend really threw me through a loop, so I'm still talking about it, it seems. I had lunch with a friend last Monday, and I used it as a theme for Mahamudra for the People on Tuesday, and brought it up to somebody on like Friday, and they're like, man, like, why you have lunch with this person? But I'm gonna bring it up some more because I guess I'm still so traumatized. The you know, this friend is an incredible, you know, practitioner and a collector of a lot of different kinds of, you know, one specific kind of practice, and is collecting every single lineage they can, and which is great, you know, and I support them in that. And then, though, the question they asked me was, well, how do I then know that I can transmit this to other people? I was like, oh, well, like that can only be done by practicing them. And once the wisdom is arising within you, then you're able to transmit that wisdom, right? So it's like through the back end, right? This is not the kind of thing that is done the way we practice, you know, with our Western educational system, where you learn a topic and then you can teach it, right? This is about learning into being in relationship to a Buddha, and then really, really going deeply into it. And then from there, the wisdom arises that can be transmitted. And so with protectors, because they're so secret, the only way to get to know them is through practicing them, period. Like, there are not a lot of books about them. There's certainly not a lot that are translated into English. There are a couple that have been, written in English, but quite early, the 1920s and 30s. And so, you get a lot of the kind of bias coming in from, the Western academic tradition of that time. Demons and Oracles in Tibet is one, which is it's a fun read, especially if you're into deconstructing Orientalism, which is fun to do. It's pastime. But if we're really into distilling practice, right, then we have to get to know these people, these beings, right? And there's no other way to do that than to practice. And once we start to get to know them, we find that they start to show up. And once they start to show up in a way that's super close. In the Palden Lhamo text, and I think I always see this in other texts too, but in the Palden Lhamo text, there are a couple of requests like this, and one of them is, please follow me like my own shadow. Right? So please be close with me like this all the time. And the other is to follow me like my own scent, so that closeness, right? Usually we can't smell someone from a couple feet away. So to smell someone like their own scent is to be quite close, right? Quite close indeed. And then what does it mean to, request somebody who has a stiff human corpse coming out of their mouth to be that close all the time? It means trusting into their presence. And when we're inviting people like this to be in such close quarters or close proximity to us, it helps us to kind of get a sense of who they are in terms of the attributes, the different things they hold. So Palden Lhamo holds a sword through which she cuts through ignorance, right? Much like Manjushri. But others have these curved knives that cut through the delusion of, ego clinging. And others have, so Palden Lhamo has a spear that is able to kill demigods, devas. Right? So she can liberate them. So the killing is not murder; it's the ability to liberate them from psychic existence. And not only individual ones, I'm gonna spiritually kill you and then you'll take rebirth somewhere else, but it's really to be able to annihilate that kind of greed that the demigods, that motivates the demigods, greed and all of this. Right? There are some that carry razor blades, right, and cut out hearts. It's a very surgical kind of thing. There's Agora Mahakala. So we find in the Shije tradition, and maybe later this year I'll give the empowerment and transmission for this Mahakala, holds a massive sandalwood club and bashes to death, obstacles. There's this Nyingma protector called Manning, who's a eunuch. There's there are wrathful deities that carry iron scorpions. Palden Lhamo entourage carry asuras, the heads of asuras, the heads of demigods in one hand and human hearts in the other. Right, so it's kind of like being friends with people in the mafia, or any manner of what we in corrections used to call SRGs, security risk groups, and gangs. So they're different sets of different SRGs. But of course, all of this cutting, right, it's, again, like it's easy to see this in a very kind of, binary intellectual thing. And we're like, oh, this is some gnarly stuff, right? And it seems to be the archetype of anger, but it's not. It's actually our ability to cut through. And this is really kind of the most profound part of protector practice, is cutting through obstacles. And of course, we can kind of hack this through the back end, as it were, through practices like Dzogchen and Mahamudra, right? The best way to cut through is to just rest, right? Rest into the nature of mind, rest into the stainlessness of our mind, right? Because this is the essence of Palden Lhamo. This is the essence of Mahakala. Right? This is the essence. We're just doing it in a different way. Right? We can either preference Prajnaparamita, which is peaceful, Om Shanti, right? Or we can pull in Mahakala, or Mahakali, right? Palden Lhamo. So this, cutting through is exceptionally important, especially if we want to become awakened, right? Like, cutting through solidity, right? This cutting through, the solidity of myself and all of you, or myself and, all of this appearance in this room I happen to be in, or cutting through the ideas of what it means to be whoever I think I am, and my ideas of whoever I assume you all to be. Cutting through heaviness, cutting through the seemingly real. Cutting through everything that seems to be defined as very solid, including ourselves, cutting through our identity, cutting through the world around us. So there's this exacting nature, surgical precision, which is why they're called wisdom protectors. Right? They're not going around, destroying everything. In fact, in the Karma Kaju Nunjo text, right, when you're doing refuge and prostrations, and you're including the protectors, it's, you're including all of the Dharma protectors and all beings who have the wisdom eye, is how it's translated, right? This wisdom eye, this ability to be able to see clearly. This kind of reminds me a little bit of, like, the samurai principle, right? This intense focus in bringing the ruckus, right? It's like, and what does it mean to be focused? It means to know, to have awareness, to have knowledge, but not intellectual knowledge. Sometimes the best way to have this kind of relationship is through the heart and not through the head, for it to be devotional. And this also is a little weird for people, because a lot of people who come to Buddhism to escape the heart, unfortunately. They do it because it's all rational, it seems. So it's all about ideas, but it's not. Ideas will work us into these very convenient corners. And the heart is always the thing that undoes us. Have you ever fallen in love with somebody you shouldn't have? I mean, Eric has, I know. He's nodding. I mean, I have. I think everybody has, right? We've fallen in love with people we shouldn't have, right? And of course, in hindsight, we can say, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to blame it on whatever," right? I'm going to blame it on. There are songs about what to blame it on, but in the moment, and that's usually the head, that's like, "Oh, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, whatever." But in the moment, that heart calling, and maybe even now, thinking back, oh, there's still a part of us that's like, oh, this is super alive still, or there was something about that spark that is still sparky, right? It defies the head, defies the this intellectual mind. And I think that if we can have this Dharma practice that's heart-centered, we're able to approach the protectors in a way that's it's about kinship. They become kin. They become our trusted spiritual family because they show up, and not some idea of when things get tough, I need to call Vinny, Staten Island. Who's got a friend Tony who runs a collection business, and then my problems go away. But then I owe them money. Yeah, it's not the mafia. So anyway, this idea of using our relationship to the protectors, and not using in a usy way, but using, in a practical sense, is a way of heightening our relationship to cutting through ego clinging, cutting through, the very nature of the things that we're trying to liberate ourselves from. They show up with intense energy to help us cut through or diminish or pacify or enrich or magnetize those things that are so powerful that we always get tripped up. Hopelessness, right? Hopelessness can be so powerful. It's like this inertia that is so powerful. And sometimes the only way to cut through that is to bring the same level of energy and attack it that way, as it were, and liberate it that way. So it's fascinating, this group seems quite different, but I've been in other groups where, again, the relational dynamics around protectors seem to be a way to just justify unconscious anger, poor qualities, divisiveness, greed, power, etc. But I think that, when we engage in these practices, especially using the four immeasurables first, where we begin to, recognize, like, oh God, yes. Not only do I want the cessation of suffering, I'm really totally able to see how this keeps happening, this cycle. All right. Since I keep falling into this cycle, I need something to help me break it. I need someone to smack me around. Who's that going to be? Well, the people I trust, my protectors. Let them smack me around. Let them jolt me a little bit. Let them create the boundaries needed. With respect to boundaries, the protectors are especially adept at that, holding boundaries that are just too uncomfortable for us to hold. Right? They support us in that. So we're not giving away all of our energy. It's not very Buddhist to just give away all your energy until you're debilitated. Right? The same way it's not useful to be an organizer who does that. Just give it away, 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 give it away. Now I'm going to collapse. Or to be even a professor, or a designer, or a teacher, or a parent, or in any kind of business. Give it away, 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 collapse. That's not skillful. And so the protectors bring an element of skillfulness and a certain element of maturity, right? Sometimes we need to bring the intensity. Sometimes we need to own our intensity. And sometimes we need to overwhelm our own fear, or brokenness, or sadness, etc. So, anyway, I just want to check in and see if anybody has any questions or feedback, if that was too meandering. Yes, Declan.
Could you just speak a little bit more? You said not using them in a usy way, but using them in a practical way. And when we were talking about offerings earlier, I was thinking about this, just like often when I'm making offerings, I'm kind of conflicted between like the offering with the intention of like asking for something basically, and then offering in the sense of like offering a gift to a friend because the friend has been really good to me and like we have a good relationship and they mean a lot, and just like kind of navigating that, particularly as it relates to ego clinging and like spiritual narcissism. And I can catch myself going into offering or connecting with like, okay, what am I going to get out of this?
Mm-hmm.
And just if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, because it requires us to always have some sort of relationship to simplicity and honesty, right? Like it's not that the protectors won't show up if we're asking for, like, I don't know, what would you, what's an example of something you would be asking for? Not to put you on the spot, but now everybody's on the edge of their meditation cushion. Like, oh, hope it's juicy.
I was trying to think. Oh my gosh.
I have such pride.
I mean, in some ways, it's almost like there are times where one of the things is like, can you figure this out for me and make this all really clear for me?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not necessarily ever really been like, oh, if I could just get a Bugatti, like that would be, it's not like that material, but it's what I more get caught on is I can tell that it is still focused on me.
Mm-hmm.
Completely, and it feels like it's in some way reaffirming solidity in me, where I'm like, oh, like I need this, I'm lacking this thing, protectors, I need this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it just doesn't feel very dynamic and like an actual relationship. It's more like I went to the protectors at their office and was like, this is what I need.
Yes, you went to the customer service desk. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I think, maybe we could say a little bit of the responsiveness is based on the way the question is asked. Not that they're all fickle like that, but that, perhaps wording it along the lines of, please bless me with the ability to be free of, or please remove lack of clarity from my experience of life right now, right? And you can then just call up, like, flash like a little gang sign of your situation, right, for them to see, and they're like, oh, exactly, Raf. Because they're not going to figure it out for you, right? But will they help cut through the ignorance or the lack of insight or the attachment? Let's say if it's something that, where it's just like, maybe we know that it's our own attachment, but we need a little guidance or a little move or push of energy to kind of cause the whole thing to flow differently. I think that's a little more helpful than asking for a specific way of doing it. Because let's put it this way, if the Buddha said, which, people say he said, that I can't do this work for you, right? You need to do it. Then the Dharma protectors are probably going to have a similar kind of response, right? So if they can't do it for us, then please bless me with the ability to, have clear insight and understanding, of what to do, even in this situation, right? You can be specific like that, right? Because although it would be nice for others to do the work for us, right, what does that do for us in the long run? Not nearly as much. It's hard to understand, in last year, I was doing a lot of Palden Lhamo practice, and it occurred to me, like kind of seemingly randomly, that there is this somewhat long history I've had from a child, being a child up until not that long ago necessarily. I don't know how long, a couple years ago or something, of occasionally in dreams finding myself in situations with an exceptionally black, so like complete voidness, like these experiences of that, like I would see it, I would walk and come across just like this complete absence of everything, the blackness, inertia, like a black hole. And they were always interesting. I'd wake up and be like, oh my God, I dreamt about that thing again. Like, that's so intense, And then earlier last year, I was like, oh, wait a minute, I know who exactly that was. Like, that was Palden Lhamo. And I just couldn't put together the extreme nature of her intensity, right? There was not language, not symbol language, right? Maybe not even, it was like, because there wasn't the language, there wasn't the ability to just see it for what it is, right? It had to somehow be filtered through some other symbol set that wasn't accurate, right? So why I'm sharing this is because I think we all have relationships with these particular kinds of beings, maybe some more than others, but the question is, are we going to let ourselves have the room to actually have the language born of direct experience? So the more I practiced Palden Lhamo, the more I was like, oh my God, she's been here the whole time and I didn't even realize that. I'm like, duh, Justin, like, when are you gonna like wise up? But the good thing is that a relatively, however old I am, depending, I don't know if that's old or not, but like, I realized it then, and so now I have that certainty. Around this time last year, I was going up to Pure Land Farms from seeing Lama Wangdu in Washington State, and I was there to go kind of spend some time with Dr. Nita one-on-one and talk about stuff. And I got there the same day he did, and we hung out, had a lot of fun. And then the first night I was there, I had this dream where I was in this old farmhouse, and all of a sudden somebody came to the farmhouse and was like, Shanglon Mahakala is coming. Like, we got to get out of here. because they don't like it when people are around. So we just gotta like vacate the house so that they could come. And as Shanglon was coming, the whole house was shaking. You know, like windows rattling in the window frames, doors rattling. You know, I was like, oh, this is very, very good. But yeah, let's do what they want. You know, let's not be here. And so, you know, all this is to say, like the more we engage these protectors, the more they begin to show up in our dreams. The more they're able to show up in these, you know, off the cuff moments where you might actually sense their presence. And the more we're able to have relationships like that, then we can just, you know, to, you know, kind of quote or invoke Lama Rod, like then we're able to leave everything at their feet, right? So like he says, you know, leave it at the feet of the mother, right? The more we're able to be like, like, you know, you're here, you've always been here, you know, you never left, you know, I don't even necessarily need to get that like formal with you, you know, in my supplication. I could be like, yeah, you know, that thing I was like fretting over last week, I need help with that, you know. And even with the offerings, we can be very religious about it, you know, and formal. And, you know, sometimes that's good, right? Like sometimes that is good to kind of, you know, help create this, you know, really dynamic relationship. But then other times it's good to just keep it real natural. You know. Yeah, Erica, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I guess comic relief. I guess it ties in with, you know, the story about giving away the silver and keeping the gold for myself with my friend. But I'm a big Pee Wee Herman fan. There's a lot of wisdom there. And I forget what episode it is. Maybe it's a Christmas special, but you know, he's always trying to be good, you know, but he is where he is. So he asked Jambi, you know, Paul Hartman for a wish, you know, like it's a Christmas spirit. I'm going to give away my wish. I'm giving away my wish and expecting nothing in return. And then I got nothing in return. And he has a tantrum. So, you know, he's not happy, you know, it like on the one hand in his head, he knows this is the right thing to do, but in his heart, he still wants the stuff. And sort of in that disappointment is the, I guess, the Dharma growth. Anyway, it just came back to me, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah,
it's
no,
that honesty with oneself. Like, you know, sometimes I find that I have to act as if I'm generous, even when I'm not, even when I'm not feeling that way, to see what happens, you know.
Yeah.
But there's a line, you know, my boundaries are like, there's a certain, if I'm honest with where I am energetically, materially, you know, where I am right here, right now, today, then I can understand, you know, what is stupid to give away and what is wise. So I don't know if that makes sense. So I can be my own Dharma protector in a way.
Yeah. Well, and I think, you know, related to being your own Dharma protector, this whole piece of resting into equanimity, like when we rest into equanimity, for what do we want, you know, in that moment, right? What needs are actually there? And this is an important thing to kind of, you know, vacillate back and forth from. Resting into equanimity is generally accompanied by a sense of everything is okay, right? This okayness, this isness, this, you know, relaxation. It's quite palpable. And you know, if we were to not have a relationship with that, then yeah, our relationship to the protectors then becomes another way of trying to satisfy our craving, constant craving. I need this, I want this, oh please this, oh please that, or oh please, please. And that's not really the thing that, releases us from suffering. I mean, honestly, when you begin to look at like everything we have around us that has absolutely no relationship specifically to the release of suffering, it's kind of amazing. It's like none of this shit inherently will release me from my suffering. Except deciding that I need to be released from it and acting on that. Catherine, your hand is raised.
Hi. Hopefully I can kind of string together my thoughts. So in 2020, that was I think, first time that I had experiences practicing with the protectors. And I noticed that immediately they were showing up in dreams, like you named, and there was very vivid and real visualizations almost every day, which kind of got to the point where I was like, oh, maybe I'm, it's like the box opened and there was like an endless like overspill of, okay, we are here now. Are you ready? Felt like a huge invitation. And I think what I struggled with then was how to kind of strike the balance between what I was seeing and experiencing and also having to just navigate the world, my reality, my friendships, family dynamics, with this huge awakening that was happening. So I guess I'm asking if there are any seeds of wisdom that you've gained along your journey as to how to like remain in balance when you're having these very like internal openings and journeys and experiences that may seem individual, even though they are part of like a collective journey, and how you can remain in relationship with those who are around you and, the things and responsibilities that you have at the same time, because I know when it started, it felt difficult. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the question. It's great. So, at like, a long time ago, when Boka Rinpoche was alive, like I was at his monastery and he was teaching Vajrayogini, and he told me, he was like, okay, like, now at this point in your practice, it's good to make offerings on a regular basis. And he said both formally and informally. So formally would be, engaging in a little bit of kind of, what we could say like an offering practice, which sometimes they can be quite short and easy to fit into our day. And this can be offering anything from a piece of fruit on an altar to biscuit to chocolates to tea, coffee. With protectors, though, typically some alcohol tends to be used, sometimes dried meat, but again, the specificity of that isn't something we need to worry about as much as the act of showing up and keeping that heart connection alive, like not in a not in a conditional way where like, oh, please, if I give you this, please keep showing up in my dreams, but kind of like lubricating the avenues of communication, so that there is this flow that is constantly there. And this is what I mean about this kind of like, blurring into what some people might consider kind of like superstition or kind of folk magic. And I didn't ask him why, because I understood why. And that it literally is this way of kind of like cementing the relationship. Like sometimes our practice can be very propitiatory in nature, where we're just constantly like, trying to cultivate, and it can feel a little bit like we're shouting out into a vacuum. But then once we're actually, getting this kind of response back. And we're like, oh, okay, like, somebody's there, or something is there, right? It's there, and, then how to be able to like switch this over into a different way of communicating, more than just me propitiating. Now it's like, oh, I'm going to leave, let me, light a candle and, leave a little bit of a food offering, and, please continue to bless me and my family, or bless me and my circle of support, or bless this abode, and the more we do this, the more we're creating this kind of ebb and flow of relationship, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and so of course, for us, like, potentially, and I'm not trying to make assumptions about anybody, this can feel a little like outlandish, but I mean, Lord knows, the moment your foot steps, your foot lands on the soil of the subcontinent of India, everybody's doing this for every possible thing, like, getting their vehicles blessed, getting, their children blessed, getting their animals blessed, getting their crops blessed, and keeping this flow going, because, and I'll throw this out there, like, I think one of the impacts of this kind of like post-industrial capitalist world we're living in is this sense of being bereft of magic and meaning, right? Being bereft of this whole other side of what it means for us to be in the world, which is not rational, right? We're not automatons. Our culture is, kind of created in such a way that, we're supposed to be this way professionally, but then also probably personally too, right? Like, you're supposed to produce, even in your relationships, in a particular kind of way. And, that's not who or what we are. And the only thing we need to do sometimes is go to a museum and to just appreciate the range of human, creativity around our relationship to the universe. For some reason, in November, I was I used to really want to be an Egyptologist when I was little. I was super kind of obsessed with ancient Egyptian culture and religious practices, and it was during one of the retreats, out of Pure Land Farms in November, that I came back. The goddess Nut she's the goddess of the sky, and when you check out the images of her, I was just kind of privately referring back to them for some reason for me, but she's kind of arched over the earth, and usually her body, it's as if it's tattooed with stars, so beautiful. And to look at this kind of conception of the nighttime sky as just this one goddess who's completely arched over all of us, allows for this sense of constant continuity, with respect to something that is just present and mysterious and powerful. And so this this work of maintaining that becomes, it's also very personal. So there can be the formal kind of prayer practices or offering practices, but even just kind of listening to what you're feeling they want / need is really helpful and valid too. I mean, I think the thing I really want to kind of stress is that there is validity in what you hear and how you're relating. And again, like, just remembering that just because, when we're talking about Vajrayana Dharma right now, it doesn't mean that the expression by which the offerings are made has to adhere to that symbol set necessarily, if that makes sense. How does that sound to you, Catherine?
Yeah, no, it made perfect sense. I think like an additional part of the question is not so much how to maintain the open channel, but more so when that open channel is so deep and like vast, how to remain in relationship with the people like literally physically around me. I think
Yeah.
it was becoming such an open portal that I'm like, I'm having dreams every night. I'm seeing all this, like I'm so like, I'm going so internal into myself, and I don't know, or I perhaps am not in the space where I feel like this is an experience to be sharing with just anyone, but then also knowing that I'm a physical, I'm a person with a job and responsibilities. So basically asking if you've had experiences where you had to like strike that balance between going on this internal journey, which was already very open, and you know that the channel is there, but then not trying to go too deep in and forget that you have an actual physical body.
Yeah, no, totally. So I think, one thing that helps me is, two things. Like one, I'm a good spy, I think. So like, there's a whole side of me that it's not that I'm hiding it from my family, but I'm aware of the fact that my bringing it up isn't always necessary. So there's that, and maybe some people might say, "Oh, that's sad." I don't regard it as sad, but I think, and I think you can appreciate this. Is like sometimes our practice is so intensely personal that we just need to kind of, hold that which is arising in the way that feels most appropriate, in terms of our relationships and all of this. A good metaphor for me has always been, the alchemical tradition, and how alchemists would really protect their work, right? So often they would operate in secrecy. Sometimes they sorry, I got distracted by the chat. This whole work of like holding a container, the sacred container that is the place where, quote unquote, the great work happens, becomes important too. And the other side of this is both in the Hindu and Buddhist tantric traditions. There's always secrecy as part of the whole deal, right? Like these kinds of practices are not, the insights that arise are not always meant for public consumption as they're happening. And that's important to recognize too, and it's not because there's anything, culty about it. It's more that, a little bit like, imagine hanging out with Carl Jung. Like his processing was so deep that I think that he too probably had this sense of like, all right, I know that when I go to this breakfast with people, or when I'm relating to my family, I'm not necessarily always going to share the degree to which everything is going deep, and or out. And so just, it's okay to hold some of this stuff, very internally, if that is what's important. Especially also because it's always changing. Right? Like this is definitely not the kind of stuff where the realization of today is going to be the same as the realization of 6 months from now. Right? It's part of this wider continuum of ebb and flow and change, and certain narrative, features might be the same, right? It might be that the protectors keep showing up. And, this also relates a little bit to, there's one of the 25 root tantric downfalls, which sounds very like, bad, but it's not. But it's a guidance. You can think of this as a guidance, and it's not to give dharma, or not to share secrets for those who are not necessarily prepared for them, more or less, or for whom there's not a basis, right? So if, like, when I've mentioned this publicly, so I can do it again, but when, like, right in 2020, right before COVID broke, Lama and I went out to to India. We were in West Bengal, and we went to this temple that I feel is a temple to this form of Kali, which may very well be kind of like an early proto Palden Lhamo, like form of Palden Lhamo, called skeleton. Her name translates to skeleton Kali or Kankaleshvari Kali, and it was just like, this place was so absolutely, utterly intense. And then when we got back, I got COVID pretty bad. And I, for at least 5 nights, had these near constant visions of this form of Kankaleshvari Kali and Palden Lhamo, like just warring through my body. And then, I'd wake up and I would just see her face like right in front of mine. And I could share with my wife because she's used to hearing these kinds of things. And I could share it, weirdly enough, with like random people in Bhumisparsha. But like I couldn't bring that to work when I got well and bring that back. So there's just also this kind of work of knowing, with whom we could share this and not. But I will say one last thing is I think we all have greater capacity than we might give ourselves credit for to be able to hold that as well. So all this is to say, like, I really want to be supportive and encourage you to kind of, honor these relationships, with the protectors, because I sense that they're even just right there right now too. And the beautiful thing about that relationship is that it's so old too. It's beyond this life, right? It wasn't just created, within this, incarnation. This is a product of, your spiritual work, that precedes, all of us. So, yeah, Raf, your hand is raised.
Yeah, this, yeah, pretty simple question could be answered with like one word potentially, I think. Yeah, I guess like I have like the very, I think, typical struggles with Mahamudra, and it's like openness and lack of direction, all intentional, et cetera, et cetera. But I guess one thing in that difficulty is like I'm wondering if I'm like accidentally like merging traditions in a way that's unhelpful for the practice. So I've like looked at stuff around silent illumination and shikantaza, um, and one thing that like I don't know, the question is like, is it helpful or unhelpful to bring this sort of mentality into Mahamudra practice, or is it like a cross-traditional thing that's like not really helpful for it? And that is this thing I hear about with Shikantaza all the time, which is like, imagine yourself in a peaceful forest clearing, and yet you're surrounded by like unknown danger, like lurking around you from all directions. Um, I know in Shikantaza that offers, I think, it's like heightened sort of like awareness to it, but I'm wondering if that is like too active for Mahamudra. That makes
Mm-hmm.
sense. So yeah, if it's
Yeah.
unhelpful or helpful to bring that energy into it.
Well, so it's not necessarily unhelpful. I think the answer to the question has a lot to do with how much dependency there is on the technique, right? Like a technique is a technique, right? A technique is just like best case scenario theoretically is that a technique is just a little blip that lands you right into the experience, right? The danger of a technique is it becomes a crutch, right? The danger of a crutch is that it creates dependency. And then the danger of dependency is that you believe that there are steps involved in having the experience. You know, this is the one thing, this came up in the Trekchö retreat, second Trekchö retreat in November, where somebody who had been there's a decently long history of practicing Mahamudra, classic as it's presented in the Karma Kagyu monastic tradition, which relies heavily on shamatha, kept saying that while they were trying to rest in the nature of mind, they just found themselves practicing shamatha, and so it was really great that they were able to recognize that, because it means there's awareness of the efforting, or awareness of the control or the work or the attempt to try and create something. I've never heard that instruction, but I like it, and I could see how useful it is. And you find also, there's there are these instructions rest like a bee stuck in honey, or rest like a worker, sitting down at the end of a hard day's work, where you're just like, oh, and then boom, right? And those are good too. And it's amazing, sometimes how idiotically predictable the human mind is. Because all we're doing is we're looking for a hook, and what's the easiest hook? The easiest hook is habit. So I come back to my habit in my practice, and just that instruction, come right back to it, depending. It's like, do this, do this, do this, do this. And invariably over some time, we're like, well, I'm not resting into fresh, open, spacious, dynamic, Rigpa. I'm doing a thing. Mm-hmm. So anyway, this is under no circumstance a criticism of you. It's a pointing out that, our humanness seems to constantly bring us back to relying on habit, relying on what's clearly right there. And what we're trying to do is we're not trying to break being human, but we're trying to break that aspect of things, right? So what is it like to see things freshly? I think I talked about this in this podcast we recorded earlier last week, talking about how easily we fossilize our experience, right? By just coming back to the same thing over and over and over again. And with these practices like Dzogchen and Mahamudra, there's nothing to fossilize. There's nothing there. So if you're going to rest like that, rest like the ghost of a dead rabbit who thinks that somebody's going to attack them. And you're not even real, so you can't even be hurt, right? There's nothing, again, not a bad way to begin to approach it. But you find, and I've taught this instruction, so I'm guilty of harming people in this way. But there's a really lovely instruction by Eighth Karmapa on using the elements dissolving into one another. So the element of earth dissolves into the element of water. The element of water dissolves into the element of fire. The element of fire dissolves into the element of air. The element of air dissolves into space. And then you rest your mind into space itself. It's a really beautiful, really lovely, right? And it's a place where you can get stuck, right? The same way it's a place, we can get stuck in anything. So as long as you can get out of your own way, make make fun of yourself, not because you're worthy of making fun of in that way, right? But I mean, you're worthy of so much more, obviously. But but to be like, haha, like, there I go again,
Yeah.
falling into the same thing. Yeah, thank you. Yes. And so maybe after Marianne and Edward, and then we can jump into doing a Shanglon Mahakala session together. So yeah, Marianne.
This is I've been here for 3 weeks question.
Mhm.
So, super beginner. I'm like, I haven't quite figured out these names yet, like, or how they're spelled or how to say them. So would you mind saying them again and explaining it a little bit more?
Which ones?
The protectors that we were.
Oh, yes. Okay. I was like, oh, we have to go back and watch the recording. So Palden Lhamo, is that one of them?
Mm.
So Palden Lhamo. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Perfect. So yeah, everyone's on it. So Palden Lhamo. So Chitipatti. Who wants to spell Chitipatti? Yay. And then we have Shanglon Mahakala. Yay. You need a little like fireworks, like
Okay.
emoji.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yay.
Thank you. That was it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yay. All right, Edward.
Yeah, quick question. So like in the Utuk Nintik Shanglon Mahakala, we visualize ourselves as Hayagriva, Vajrapani. What about these other ones? If we have the empowerment of Vajrayogini, should we be visualizing ourselves as Vajrayogini as well? Or whatever yidam we've had, or even if we don't have the empowerment, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, with these, whatever feels good, I had a funny interaction with someone the other day who was, told me they had a whole bunch of Zens, like these kinds of things, these robes, these shawls. And they had white ones, they had red ones, and they had white and red ones. And they were asking me which one is for who? And I was like, oh, you're asking the wrong person. I don't care. And then they were like, well, like some people say the white ones are only for lay people and the red ones are only for monastics. So I was like, well, some people say that, and then I've also been told it doesn't matter. And then some people have said wear a red one, and I'm not a monastic. And then like my point is like just do what feels good. If we get really wrapped up in all of these little details, then what are we practicing? And we're practicing samsara. And this kind of goes back to this kind of thing about intellectual practice versus mahasiddha practice. And then some people will say, oh, well, you talk about mahasiddha practice, you think you're a mahasiddha. And it's not that, it's about simplicity and from the heart. All of whatever it is that we practice, our protectors, our yidams, if we don't practice any of those, whatever, guru yoga, if we're open and honest and relaxed and simple and chill in our practice, then all of those qualities are appreciated, by whomever it is, to whomever it is that we're addressing our prayers. If we're moving into space in tentative, unsure, with tentative, unsure footing, then we're going to bring that tentative, unsure experience into our practice too. You know, it's best to be, you know, the motto for New York City Department of Correction, I mean, I still think it's cool, even though I'm not down with them, is New York's boldest. And it's better to practice like that. Be New York's boldest, right? Be samsara's boldest. And just, who cares? You know, we're all weird Pee Wee Herman-esque transplants into the world of Dharma. And better to, you know, just be ourselves and dance the way we dance, you know, and talk to our furniture. If that's what we want to do, rather than be, you know, freaked out about it. And of course, Ed, like, I know that that's not where you're coming from, but you know, it's important to just, you know, go with what feels good.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so I think Mahamitra, do you want to pull the text up? This could be a group effort. Takes a village to practice a protector. All right. It's interesting to be on this end of things. No control. It's being led. All right. Beautiful. Okay. And can everyone see okay? Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to start off with this. So, you know, we did the 3 protectors, Chitipatti, one form of Palden Lhamo, and then Shanglon Mahakala, as we find in the Tsogli Rinchen Trengwa, in the, you know, the Chit tradition. And now we're going to do Shanglon Mahakala as we find in the Yutok Nintik practice tradition. And so in this particular context, it's just a little more background on Shanglon Mahakala. You know, there are 2 forms of Shanglon Mahakala that we're going to be practicing. One is the wrathful form and one is the peaceful form. And they're both a little wrathful in their appearance. Thank you, Raf, like an expert chaplain. The way this practice is done is a little different than with the other. The other was, you know, technically a Torma offering that I've kind of converted into a guided visualization, which I think is actually a really pretty way of engaging the practice. This way we're going to do is a little bit more traditional, where there's a little bit of mantra accumulation. So we begin by visualizing ourselves in the form of either Hayagriva or Vajrapani. Both of them are these kind of, you know, wrathful in character appearances. Vajrapani is blue, Hayagriva is red. If you're not familiar with the way they appear, that's okay. We don't need to worry so much about that. But what would be good is to just, you know, visualize that the presence of these 2 protectors begin to come into the space around you. The Yutok Nintik tradition was founded by Yutok Yonten Gompo, who was the revealer of the 4 Tibetan medical tantras. And why this is important is because both peaceful and wrathful and peaceful Shanglon Mahakala are, we could consider them medical protectors, right? So part of the way that they benefit us and part of the way that they remove obstacles is removing obstacles to health, right? Obstacles to physical health, spiritual health, emotional health, etc. And then also wrathful Shanglon Mahakala is, you know, technically the protector of this Terma cycle. This cycle, the Yutok Nintik, was a revealed Terma cycle, revealed by Utokpa, and So all of the practices kind of have the seal of protection from Shanglon Mahakala. The peaceful Shanglon Mahakala is also exceptionally powerful at connecting people with resources needed, right? So if there is the need for some kind of Dharma resource, for example, to be able to do retreats, that's a good thing to kind of maybe direct this practice towards. And so we're going to start off with this practice. It has a couple of components. The first is this first part, this short prayer to Shanglon. We'll do it in the transliterarized Tibetan. But if this is the first time you're doing it, and you can do it along, or you can read it in English. It's basically a prayer to remove all obstacles. And with the third line, the Chinang Sangwe Barche Dokpa Dang, with the dok you clap, and you imagine that your hands are the sun and the moon respectively, and as you clap, it's completely obliterating all obstacles, right? So this is element of forcefulness. So eliminate all inner, outer, and secret obstacles. So Chinang Sangwe Barche Dokpa Dang. And then we'll move right into doing the mantra for wrathful Shanglon Mahakala. And we'll do this one mala round, so 108 times. And then we'll move into the mantra for peaceful Shanglon Mahakala, and we'll do that 108 times. And then we'll move into the entourage mantra. So it's kind of, the the crew that they hang out with. And we'll do this 21 times. It's a little long, so we'll just do that 21 times, and then the short prayers at the end, and this kind of gives you a sense of how this practice goes. So does anyone have any questions before we begin? Feels good? Okay. And so then I'm going to be drumming here, like this, right? Keeping time in a very unprofessional way. I'm not going on the road with this. So take a moment before we go any further. If you want to visualize yourself as Hayagreva or Vajrapani, go ahead and do so. If you happen to have an image of Shanglon Mahakala, you can imagine that Shanglon Mahakala, both wrathful and peaceful, arise from the image. And perhaps as you're beginning to visualize that, now is a good time to also call to mind any beings such as Mr. Dharma, or its cat, or any beings who, other beings who are in the bardo. Maybe considering our own need for healing, balance, equanimity. Yes, there's one question. Erica.
Is the 108 times to the Mahasiddhis? What's the significance of 108 times?
It's just the number of beads there are on a mala. It's an auspicious number. Yeah.
Yeah. Are there 108 Mahasiddhis? I'm just curious.
Well, it depends. I mean, there are more and there are less.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
all.
Yeah. So calling to mind, our own healing, if that's needed, any obstacles that we might be facing or experiencing, calling to mind, again, bardo beings, everybody who died today that is in the bardo, known and unknown, desired, undesired, named and unnamed, cared about, not cared about, calling to mind everyone who's sick, all beings, all beings who were injured recently. Calling to mind every impediment to awakening. Calling to mind the elimination of intense attachment. Calling to mind the elimination of intense aversion. Calling to mind the blessings of equanimity. May these seeds of equanimity be planted in all of us. May these seeds of equanimity be planted in the mind streams of every being in the universe, etc. So take a moment to just personalize this. Really bring this intention. Ram Yam Kam Om Ahom Hawori. Ram Yam Kam Om Ahom Hawori. Ram Yam Kam Om Ahom Hawori. Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Nerun Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Jodan Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Nerun Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Nerun Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Nerun Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwe Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodun Nojo So Benson Shanla Kone Degula Sodom Joden Dudan Kam Jiang Sangwei Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodon Nojo So Menzong Shanla Kone Tegyu La Sodon Jode Niwa Dudan Ka Jiang Sangwei Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodon Nojo So Menzong Shanla Kone Tegyu La Sodon Jode Niwa Dudan Ka Jiang Sangwei Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodon Nojo So Menzong Shanla Kone Tegyu La Sodon Jodon Niwa Dudan Ka Jiang Sangwei Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodon Nojo So Menzong Shanla Kone Tegyu La Sodon Jodon Niwa Dudan Ka Jiang Sangwei Bache Dopa Don Leji Lonjo Jodon Nojo So Om Mahakala Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa Siddhi Hum Vedana Siddhi Hum Om Mahakala Yaksha Basa
Rana Siddhi Om Mahakala Om
ring. Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Vajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisham Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisham Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisham Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Sadhu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisham Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Kajati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Sadhu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisham Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Sadhu Samaya Rakta Roma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Samaya Raja Basu Sadhu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Basu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharoja Sadhu Samaya Rakta Rakta Radza Dun Dini Sita Kala Trisha Bajo King Kara Hab Samaya Ta Ta Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Ruluma Geta Getu Rahula Dakini Sita Rakta Siti Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hub Hub Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sada Rakta Rakta Rata Din Din Dakain Sita Rakta Rak Sita Maharaja Bazu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hub Hub Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Rulu Mam Geta Geta Rahula Dagini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharaja Bazu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Rulu Mam Geta Geta Rahula Dagini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharaja Bazu Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Jati Mama Rulu Mam Geta Geta Rahula Dagini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharaja Baza Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Eka Jati Mama Rulu Mam Geta Geta Rahula Dagini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharaja Baza Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Rulu Mam Geta Geta Rahula Dagini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharaja Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Da Da Ring Ring Om Mahakala Yaksha Baza Sita Eka Jati Mama Rulu Mam Geta Geta Rahula Dagini Sita Rakta Yaksha Sita Maharaja Sadhu Samaya Raksha Rakta Raja Dun Dini Sita Kala Tri Sham Bajo King Kara Hab Hab Samaya Da Da Ring Ring. Okay. And then with respect to the prayers, dedicating the merit of this to all beings who we invited, all bardo beings, all ghosts, all demons, all beings who are sick, beings on their deathbed, beings who are lost. May the blessings from this practice travel through time and space in every direction, liberating those who need liberation, bolstering the faith of those who need faith bolstered, healing those in need of healing, including ourselves, bringing equanimity, destroying all obstacles to Dharma practice, destroying all obstacles to liberation. May all beings experience love. May all beings manifest as love. And may each one of us continue in our practice until all beings are liberated. May everyone who has participated in this be blessed in such a way that their practice has no obstacles. Their practice is natural, effortless. May the protectors, wrathful, peaceful Shanglon Mahakala accompany each one of you like your scent, removing obstacles at all times. Mm. So hopefully that was pleasing / pleasurable. Yeah. Any thoughts, feelings?
Hi, this is MJ.
Oh, hey, MJ.
I
Yeah.
wanted to say real quick, looking at the translation through the print version of what you're saying, it was
Mhm.
just really funny. You were coloring yachts, and there were dogs and knees and all kinds of things in there in the words that was trying to translate what you were saying, but it was really funny.
Oh, were you doing like closed captioning or something?
Yeah, that's what I meant to
Oh,
say.
that's funny.
I
That's
was
great.
trying to figure out a way to like try to record that because there was some interdimensional transmission of queer solidarity going on.
Very cool. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see that. Now I'm all. Hopefully you recorded it, Eric, because that was like a cosmic terma. Yeah. Yeah, Raf, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I guess just what comes up for me, the end of this is a sense of trust and not just being carried by, I guess, like something different than just non-self, but I guess, yeah, it's like just not me practicing, so it doesn't matter necessarily that like I'm not pronouncing the words right or can't catch on to the different parts of the mantra. And it's just one of those bits of the path of just reinforcing the sort of trust along the way of transformation.
Mhm.
How it's not all in my hands and I'm just inviting, you know, it to take place. So yeah, just really want to thank you for that and for an intense chanting session.
Yeah, I love that last. The union mantra is my favorite. But I'll say one thing, like, I know Rod's talked about this a little bit, and in support of his effort, I just mailed him like his 4 books on magic. There is this evocation kind of element to what we just did, which yeah, I don't know why like so much these days people don't talk about it, but there is this like summoning experience, and I think that to your point, Raf, part is like doing what we can do ritually, right? And then the other part is just letting the process happen, right? And these protectors come, and yeah, we can feel their presence. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, Aaron.
I have it's not a practice related question,
Mhm.
but is Shanglon related to any of the like the 12 yaksha generals from the Medicine Buddha Sutra? Do you know?
Oh, that's a really good question. Let me look into that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you. I will look into that.
Yeah.
I want to say, oh, I'm sorry, keep going.
Oh, I was going to say, not that it necessarily affects the practice, but it's just kind of been a curiosity of mine that I haven't found a straight answer for myself. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, so I will, if I can't find an answer, I will ask Dr. Nita and report back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions or complaints? Our customer service agents are standing by.
I think I saw Pain with a raised hand.
Oh, okay. Pain. You didn't use the. Yeah, hi. Nice to see you.
To that question about the 12 Yaksha generals, I had wondered the same thing back in March because there's a Chinese tanka with the 12 Yaksha generals of Medicine Buddha at the museum here. I couldn't find anything specific, but it's one of those things, there is a kind of a feeling that maybe this is the same way Guru Rinpoche sanctified certain Tibetan spirits and things. Maybe there's sort of these are something like that, tantrified. So I don't know though.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting question because, in the so in that Shanglon text we did earlier, of the with three practices together, there's this reference to Nongshe Jokpa, or Jokpa Nongshe rather. Jokpa Nongshe was Machi Globjun's teacher, one of her teachers. She had a lot of teachers. And he was the one who brought in Shanglon Mahakala to the Che tradition. And last January, when I was talking with Dr. Nita at Pure Land Farms, he was talking also about Jokpa Nongshe and about Jokpa Nongshe being a specialist in Shanglon Mahakala and also being a Tibetan doctor. So I think there probably is some relationship. So I want to provisionally say yes, and then I'll find the details out. Yeah, it's fascinating. The specificity is fascinating, isn't it? Like, yeah, very cool. Any other thoughts or feelings? Oh yeah, Christy.
Hi, Lama. Thank you for today. It's been really nice. I have this picture that actually Margarita gave me, but it's a Machi Globjon and it's on my
sweet.
altar. And I was wondering is this sorry, it's like so tiny. Is that Vajrapani at the bottom?
Oh, can you hold it up closer?
Is that...
Oh, so that looks like Troma Nangmo, like from best I can see. So she is so she, sometimes is described as like a secret form of Vajrayogini. She's blue in nature. Actually, what time is it now? I can share with you all because I already broke the seal of this, as it were. Like I did a podcast with Olivia Clementine on Tuesday or something, and I shared a Troma Nangmo Che sadhana I wrote while in dark retreat. And so if you want, we can actually kind of go through this a little bit because it has it's got nice references to cutting in it. But so she is kind of like secret Vajrayogini. She's Vajrayogini, except like a lot more fierce, a lot more intense. And if you see in the Tsogle Rinchen Trengwa series that we've been recording over time, there are a lot of references to her. And in the Shije tradition in particular, or Shije/Che tradition, she comes through Padampa Sangye to Machi Globjon. Yeah, she's super cool.
Cool.
Yeah, neat. Thank you.
That would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Travis.
Yeah, thanks, Lama. This is another question kind of in the same line. Around like, images, depictions of the different protectors, especially with Palden Lhamo. I know there's like when I'm looking around at images of her and images that you've shared various places, I wonder like which one is kind of the I don't know if most appropriate is the word, or like, you know, for those of us who have just done this practice like through Bhumisparsha,
Mm-hmm.
haven't received the empowerment yet, and just kind of, you know, maybe go through that like kind of short you know, prayer that you've offered, like which like version of her is kind of closest. The one that was in the like on the registration page for this program was like or there were two of them, and one of them was like way different than any other one that I'd seen from you.
Mm-hmm.
It looked more like kind of a Mahakala, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like form. And
Mm-hmm.
so I just wondered about that, like especially the difference between that like form and some of the other like forms that you've shared, and if there's yeah, if there's like, if I'm going to put one like on my shrine, like what you'd recommend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me, I'm trying to pull one up. There's one at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's part of a much bigger painting. But let me see. I think this is it. Yeah, no, there's a good forearm Palden Lhamo there. Is this it? Yes, okay. So what I'm gonna try and do is, how clear is this? Okay, cool. So let me see if I can share my screen. Yes, and here we are. So I kind of like this one. What I do, so this is actually technically Mahakala, and so this other, so you know, sometimes she's known as this is nice because it's got all the like offerings, right? Like all the the skins and whatnot. But I like this image, and so sometimes I've just like I can send you just like a photo I just took of this portion, right? And here she is. I tend to visualize her a little bit more like emaciated and skinny, but here's her hair, you know, and it's yellow and it's down. She's more in the form of Vajramate in this, which is, you know, Mahakala's consort. But it's a great tanka because there are all these weapons here too. So it's like, you know, and then up above, yes, yeah, so these like entrails like hanging. Those great stuff, animal skins and whatnot. So like I kind of like this image of her. Who knows how detailed we can get about this, but that's not a bad one. You know, the ones I have here in my shrine are four-armed Palden Lhamo. Yeah, I think the other thing I would say is like I think that there's a I'll put the link to this in the chat. But anyway, I'll put the link to this image right now in the chat. So you know, go with your gut a little bit. You know, like with what feels right. The thing about here, let me take this and just share it with you all. You know, you're not going to go to hell if it's not exactly the same image. You know, and I don't mean that like in a flippant way, but you know, the other thing is like draw one or write a poem of one of her. You know, like a little. You know, do what feels good. You know, in I don't have an image of 6-arm Mahakala, like a statue, but with 6-arm Mahakala, like, you know, he shows up underneath a sandalwood tree. So I keep a piece of sandalwood in my protector shrine, and then, you know, just use that as a symbolic orientation of, or of a representation of 6-arm Mahakala. So you could do a lot of things. Yeah, is that helpful? I mean, I know it's not super helpful, but
No, yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's just, yeah, like kind of reassuring, and also just the kind of yeah, there's such different forms, and so yeah, that is helpful. I appreciate it.
yeah.
And yeah, if you could link to that, like that image you were just showing, that is cool. I like that one.
Yeah. It's right there. I put it in the chat.
Oh, whoops.
Um,
Yeah, I see.
yeah, no sweat. And I've got on my phone like 1,000 things. But I will send you the like detailed screenshot or picture in real life. Um, yeah. Yeah, Melissa, your hand is raised.
Yeah, a couple things that I missed this morning, so maybe you mentioned something about this, but Guru Rinpoche was so incredible, and I once read that that like Kurkula used to be a love goddess, right? Shooting the arrow, and that there were Tibetans in the early Bun tradition who would pray to gods if they were crossing mountain passes. And that I realized that Guru Rinpoche made all these protectors of the mind. So they went from this outer conceptual figure that you could what's that word, propitiate, and make offerings to really being inner mind protectors. And I had read that Berzin, Alexander Berzin, in his archives, had an article on protectors and talked about them protecting you as you go through states of mind that may be unfamiliar. But the other thing I wanted to say real quickly is, Catherine, I really appreciated what you brought up this morning, because I've been through some versions of that. And I mean, obviously, we've circled around before in these circles because I think it's very hard to come to these teachings as they are without having previous lives karma. And so I experienced certain spiritual things that I didn't have a context for. And I've danced around what you brought up a lot, like what happens when that happens? What happens when you go deeper into spiritual practice and you're relating to the world? And I think it's pretty idiosyncratic, but I've bumped into a lot of walls with it. Like when I was having some spiritual experiences early on without a context, I thought everybody was going through that. Like I thought every Buddhist had those experiences. And then some of them I ran away from. I sort of threw myself into the world because I couldn't integrate it in. I think later on, when I have more of a context, particularly tantra teachings of visualizing everyone as that protector or deity was real helpful. And I just wanted to share that with you, Catherine, and the group. And now I'm more in a phase where the deeper I get into practice, and this is a personal issue, but I find it very hard to relate to people. And I know that that's a matter of mind and there's a way to do it. I myself personally feel a need to deepen my practice. And right now that takes a pretty solitary, but that's not the only approach. And Lama Repa, you and I have talked about that. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much I have to add, but I mean, if I can just address something, and also because Elizabeth, named this nervousness about kind of going deeper and so, so to speak, and the impact on quote unquote regular life. I think at various points in time in our practice, and we are able to see how there could be a difference in experience between practice as a spiritual practice as a pastime, and spiritual practice is something that has this really powerful change agent mixed in with it. And it's not to say like anybody here is just like, flitting around like, I don't know what to do, I'm gonna like, practice Buddhism. I don't think anyone's doing that. But there's a real big difference when we kind of begin, when the edges get blurred, so to speak, between our relationship to reality and life and others and our Dharma practice. And part of this is definitely the power of these tantric techniques. The other part is like that ultimately the kind of primal place where Dharma takes root is in the experience of mind, and therefore the experience of all phenomenon, and it is going to change us. And so when we find ourselves in these moments of trepidation, and sometimes it can be full-blown anxiety, like I've met with folks who have described profound awakening experiences which they didn't have the context or the vocabulary even around which to be able to make sense of it in the time, let alone explain it to others. And it was very lonely and isolating. And I think that this is really why the tradition has, the centrality of teachers and guides as part of it, because it is so profound in terms of its ability to change the way we think, approach life, relate to reality, relate to sound, relate to olfactory experience, everything. And we also live in a culture here's like one of the strange conundrums where we're constantly reminded not to trust these kinds of experiences as well, right? So it's this kind of like very odd relationship. But I think the most important thing is just to go as slowly and comfortably as possible through all of this, and to seek out the guidance of people who are just a little bit further down the path from us. Again, like our habit of rugged individualism in American culture seems to have this impact that causes us to not only think we can do everything on our own, but expect that. And we will all hit walls, and need the guidance of people, or we will all at some point come to these experiences that are changing us, and it's important to seek out the guidance that we need when that happens, even when that's uncomfortable, right? Like I can yeah, I mean, the trust element, like trusting that we're okay, trusting that the tradition is okay, trusting that the power is okay, trusting that the discomfort and funkiness that might arise, periodically is okay, is also an important part of, our relationship to practice. Like I mentioned this at the end of Modern Tantric Buddhism, and then I was listening to this podcast with Dr. Nita and Ian Baker just a little bit today before our day started. And one of the topics they discuss is like that the tantric tradition has always meant to be it's like personal, magical, scientific transformation in nature. And so it's meant to be held really closely and tightly by the student, because it's the same thing as, like, having a really powerful therapist. Like, the things that come up in therapy are super dynamically and uniquely suited to the individual. So it doesn't necessarily make sense like going out and sharing these things. And it's not to say, this is all predicated on secrecy, but the way we hold these things does matter. And interestingly enough, like, the cultural response to the secrecy, especially in conjunction with a lot of abuse of power that's happened, has really led to this perfect storm of people just not trusting anything that's secret, and still wanting to engage in the tradition. And that is a kind of unfortunate occurrence for everybody, because it means that when there's not trust, then when we find ourselves in these difficult situations, it's hard to, like, we can't guide ourselves necessarily through them, which is what makes it really hard at times. So like my overall advice is to make sure that people stay plugged into a sangha structure that feels supportive for them, where there's room to be able to explore the developments that are arising within one's practice, and in a way that where these explorations can be held appropriately. Appropriately also means, with safety and respect and care and consideration. And I've been lucky to not have teachers who are abusive, but I've also been trained by my root teacher to be really careful who my teachers are. So when I studied with her, she gave me this laundry list of, like, never study with these people. Just do us all a favor, do me the favor, do yourself the favor, don't follow these folks, you can follow these other ones though, and that's helpful sometimes, because like, our practice is so important, our transformation is so important, and making sure that that's held well is also super important. Thank you, Eric, for plugging the book. I didn't mean it like that, but yeah, I appreciate it. Raf, your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So it just brought up a question that I have all the time during chaplaincy, one that Eric is very familiar with, and I know Lama Rod is, but I often wonder what's the line between chaplain and Dharma teacher, because I want to be careful not to cross that line. And I guess by extension for that, for myself and for everyone here, what would you say is the delineation or line between, like, Dharma friend and, like, Sangha member and Dharma teacher in terms of how we support one another in our practice and development as practitioners?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and I don't think there's, like, a definitive answer. Like, I think there's a probably, like, Sangha by Sangha answer is probably the most reasonable way I think this could be answered. You can. First off, I think, like, as somebody who's, like, a Dharma friend, like co-Sangha member, right, Vajra, sister, brother, or whomever, the commitment that we make to one another is a commitment to be able to support and hold and to provide what we can provide for others. And so, like, what that is for people varies, right? For some people, maybe they have quite a bit of practice under their belt, and They may have like a mentor position in a sangha, and then there's quite a bit that they can do, you know. Dharma practice is a lot like chemistry in the sense that sometimes it isn't until, like, you know, all the conditions are right that something can happen, right? And so what this means is that what happens within the life of the Dharma practitioner, that you can have profound experiences without necessarily engaging a teacher necessarily. You know, it's like all of the causes and conditions, when they come together right, boom, something really profound can happen. You know, I think that if Sangha members are self-reflective, committed to one another, humble, not in the sense of, you know, artificial humility or controlling humility, but able to really recognize, like, why am I wanting to talk about this when maybe I don't have the experience, right? So this kind of reflection is helpful, but this kind of reflection is helpful, like, you know, in every kind of helping profession too, like chaplaincy and, you know, being a therapist or anything, right? Like even just in any kind of workplace situation, like I'm not gonna make shit up just because I want to feel important, you know. So hopefully that's there. But you know, I mean, when the intention is pure and the conducive relationship is there between sangha, a lot can happen, you know. And then, you know, we'll move into things where it just, you know, the clarity of the experience of the teacher is a kind of the most important thing, and then, you know, those things should be reserved for the Dharma teacher. For me, like, there is a difference between chaplaincy and being a Dharma teacher. With Dharma teacher, I mean, with both, right? There's training, right? Not every Dharma teacher could be a chaplain at all. You know, I mean, a lot of Dharma teachers can't even be the finger of a chaplain, you know, because they don't have, it's not because they don't have the training. I mean, it is partially because they don't have the training, but it's kind of like as a discipline, it overlaps, but it's not the same. And then chaplaincy is not Dharma necessarily either. You know, there's a lot of similarity and overlap, but you know, I had this like really like clarifying experience when I was in the dark retreat, the longer one, that I think is probably responsible for me leaving chaplaincy, because I noticed what the difference was for me at the time, and I was like, okay, I need to focus on the other thing, you know, the thing other than the chaplaincy. And it's definitely not to say one is not better than the other. I mean, chaplaincy is extraordinary, you know, absolutely extraordinary, and especially as a Dharma activity, it is, you know, really, we need more, you know, Buddhist chaplains in the world, 100%. Yeah. Is there anything specific that's coming up?
That's super helpful. And yeah, I think the thing that always just comes up is just like, how do I make sure that I'm not like overstepping my bounds as support for someone? And from, you know, listening to you right now, it feels like this sort of like reminder that like the line that I'm worried about crossing is actually much further away from me than I suspect. And for me personally, my journey is around a lot of self-consciousness and this fear that I'm overstepping the bounds all the time. Because yeah, what you're mentioning is like, you know, every time I give something that's close to you know, practice advice or support or whatever, I definitely am always like scrutinizing myself in a very intense way of just like, am I doing this just to like puff up my chest and show how much I know? Am I speaking from a position of ignorance and projecting authority? Is this something I have no experience about? Yada, yada. and always make sure to generally do that. Though part of the difficulty is just walking the line between healthy vigilance and awareness and sort of paralyzing insecurity, which is my path at large. That's like my Dharma path. So
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I mean, I'll say, like, I mean, your self-reflection and clarity and commitment to clarity and being an authentic benefit to others is like clear and admirable, and it is the kind of stuff that I wish existed in sanghas more too, because I think what I've also seen quite a bit, and I don't mean this in Bhumisparsha, but I've seen this in other sanghas quite a bit, is that in order to try to occupy a higher place, you will find sangha members trying to step in and guide or shut down unintentionally, or cause all sorts of harms because I'm so great. I've been around, blah blah blah. Back in the day, I was at yada yada yada, and what's particularly difficult about that, of course, is the impact that poor responses have, right? That can shut down people's practice quite a bit. That can cause a tremendous amount of harm. It can cause people to leave sanghas. It can cause people to come to Bhumisparsha. all these things, right? But I think ultimately, right, like what one of these like key components that's kind of insidious in creating those dynamics is that when we forget what Dharma is, and it is only one thing, it is a method to transform the mind. That is all. Like, and when it becomes something else, right? And when it becomes this like personal mission that somebody has towards fame, or I'm gonna like, I'm gonna become the next blah 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 blah. Then you may not even understand it, but you end up teetering on the edge of potentially creating so much harm for others, when the very all the accolades one might seek will naturally arise if you just dedicate yourself to your practice and show up. Like, just keep going, just keep going. And I don't mean that you're looking for anything, but and then the other side of it, right, is like people will often claim much more insight than they actually have to avoid being scrutinized by their own teacher, right? So it's like it's quite interesting. Like, there's a defensive and an offensive play in doing that, right? The defensive is like, well, if I like step up and I'm like, a guide in the community, then maybe like my teacher won't pay attention to me and my problems, And then of course the other thing is well, now I'm positioning myself so everybody else sees me as, Mr. or Mrs. or whomever, like insight master. And that's, again, just it's losing sight of the basic like simplicity of what Dharma practice is. Like, we are all suffering. The only thing that Dharma is a means and an avenue or an arena through which we can liberate ourselves and others. Anything more than that becomes really complicated and potentially quite problematic. Sam or MJ.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, I really appreciate the question, Raf, and found myself recently like meeting people who are 10 or so years younger than me and who are very interested in meditation. What's meditation all about? And I'm like, oh, well, let me tell you, because I'm an expert. And I get that feeling of like I know more than you. And in terms of like chaplaincy too, I've had the experience of being a hospital chaplain as a resident. And a lot of times we were just taught, just ask questions, just ask the person. Like I feel so much anxiety about like I have to say the right thing or I have to do the right thing or whatever. It's more like ask that person, what's your experience? And I just figured I'd just add that little piece of information. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, MJ, you just, made me think that, there should be like, the opportunity for there to be Sangha mentorship training, where people are offered some really productive and conducive tools to helping folks get to the bottom of what it is that they're feeling now, especially because there's this other piece, right? There's induction around, especially like solving a Dharma problem. Right? That becomes quite interesting. Like Aaron's question is great about Shanglon Mahakala and the 12 Yaksha generals from the Medicine Buddha Sutra. In maybe another arena, when that question is asked, this frenzied induction of, oh, there's a Dharma question, we must get the answer, and it becomes almost like an emergency where people are like knocking over furniture and knocking one another out of the way just to see who could be the most helpful Dharma sibling or whomever for the person who asked the question. And in that, there's like, I need to be recognized. I need to be useful. I can't just let the mystery be there. I need to be of service. This is another like thing too, where like somehow also, maybe because we're in the West, there is a very strong drive to be of service all the time, which is great and important. And yet, if we are doing that at the expense of wisdom, which often means, within the context of like, Buddhist practice is like when we like button the lip, we can actually see what we're thinking and feeling and, all this stuff. But when we, insist on not buttoning the lip, then we just blah, 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 it all this blathery mess comes out. And we're not able to do the work of transforming our mind. So there's a lot in maybe reevaluating sometimes our assumptions about what kind of activity is not only conducive for others, but then also conducive for ourselves as we develop. Because, if we could save ourselves some years of, swimming around trying to find the most powerful way of being for ourselves, that's great. That's important, helpful. Yeah. Yeah, what's helping and what's bypassing. And why does everything need to be sublimated too? Why can't we just let it be? I mean, it's like every school of Buddhism is like, just shut up and let it be, man. Like, but why does it always have to be like, no, Yeah, very cool. So has everybody had a good day? Albert, how are you feeling? My heart is going out to you. If you don't want to talk, that's okay. Melissa. Yeah.
I just saw the time. I just wanted to support MJ and Raphael. I've mentioned this before, but I'm a retired nurse. And there's a whole thing in medicine where, or in these programs that you're in and I was in, of sort of having it sewn up. There's so much information you have to absorb and know. And that there's this process of being able to say, I don't know. Yeah, as a nurse, it's important to say, I don't know, but I'll find out for you. So I found that transition into not having things sewn up in my profession very helpful to Buddhism. And Mahamitra, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but a couple protective practices I've been to, I don't know a lot about Shanglon Mahakala, and I've been asking some specific questions. And what's really helpful is that if you know something that you've heard from a teacher that you've read and you share it, it's real helpful. And if you don't know, you just say you don't know. And I actually find that really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah. Melissa and Mahamitra are the bomb. So thank you both. Yeah.
Yeah, big round of applause for Mahamitra's tech hosting skills throughout the
Yes.
day. Thank you, Mahamitra, for blessing us with stability.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and I want to shout out to everybody here. Thank you so much for coming and for your practice and for engaging me. But I really also just want to say, like, just keep going with your practice and keep going with supporting one another. And this structure is great, and we will be doing these quarterly. So there'll be another one in the spring, different topic, and then in February we're starting this law hooking ritual, which I'll probably change up a little bit. But the kind of thinking behind this practice, or the tradition behind this practice of law hooking, it's like hooking back or bringing back or reabsorbing different lost elemental energies as a way of healing, as a way of recentering, as a way of promoting longevity and things like this. So I think, what did we say, the first Thursday of every month? Eric?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming soon.
Yeah. So so there's all sorts of good stuff, and including seeing all of your faces today. In this moment, though, let's take a moment to just dedicate the merit from today, so that all beings, included all the beings that we've invoked, right? Lost cats, people who are sick, people who are in various forms of transition, right? Chitipatti is a real, I might have forgotten to mention this. Chitipatti is a very profound protector for these liminal spaces, right? And phase change. There's all sorts of different kinds of phase change, obviously, that we go through in our lives, and that everybody goes through, and unique people go through, like, constantly. Bardo's dream experience, etc. Also dedicating the merit to Bhumisparsha for being so dynamic. Right, a profound place to be able to hold a profound group of practitioners. Dedicating the merit to everybody here and everybody who ever encounters this recording, so that your practice may be deep and strong and resilient and flexible and kind and compassionate. May all beings be able to recognize that their mind is vast, open, pure, luminous, Rigpa. May all beings be able to find profound equanimity and ease in every single moment. And may the practice of the protectors be another way for all beings to be able to recognize how well they're held, even though they might not be able to see it on a daily basis. Take very good care of yourselves, everybody. May you be all blessed and have a lovely rest of your weekend. And yeah, take very, very good care of yourselves. And I will see some of you soon, and all of you probably eventually at some point. Take very good care and be well. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Take care.